Hello, hello, hello. Welcome once again, Watchers in the Mist, to another episode of Curse of Strahd, episode 9, Bitter Sentiments. Before we begin, it is worth saying your beloved Dungeon Mistress has been rather under the weather for the past month or so. And so, unfortunately, like the regular pattern, until I'm able to break out of it, which should be soon, you may have noticed that this episode was not streamed on Twitch. We went ahead and pre-recorded it just because I'm still recovering from a little bit of a respiratory bug, and it's been a pretty long time since we've played anyways, so it felt good to kind of soft reset the momentum of this campaign in a private area without the watching eyes of the Twitch chatters. We will go back to live streaming this soon. That is a promise sincerely from me. Now, this episode, being as Vallaki, is well known for being a very, very big location, possessing a lot of branching paths and different story hooks. We'll have a little bit broader content warnings, because the players might end up encountering something that I haven't planned for, or might not end up encountering something that I have in my notes. That's just the nature of the game in an area as sandboxy as the city of Vallaki. So, bear in mind, not all of these, or maybe possibly, very slimly possibly none of these, will show up in this episode. But be on the lookout just in case. 4. Mentions of cannibalism. Mentions of self-harm and suicide. Psychological and physical torture. Harm to children. Generational trauma. Familial and spousal abuse. Homophobic and transphobic remarks. Abuse of religious power and religious trauma. Gaslighting and manipulation. And paralysis, physical restraints, or descriptions of claustrophobic spaces. With all of that out of the way, let's go ahead and get our recap from the lovely Demon Pishy who plays Belladonna.
Hello. For our recap last time on Curse of Strahd, our party finished their travel began their travel to Vallaki, came across a woman that we were very, very lucky to not talk to, who looked scarily like our lovely, lovely Nyx. However, we did not talk to her. We were saved on something, and as sorry, I just saw Brioche. As our party moved forward, we came across a Vistani man who had been ambushed by thieves. We helped him, and after helping him reach a safe point, he said we were always welcome to visit. And then we reached Vallaki. Upon getting near, we saw 2 adventurers ahead of us. One making fun of the festival of Vallaki, and what we witnessed was one adventurer come out, and the adventurer who made fun of the festival not come out. We were then shown where to go as a group. Nyx tried to hide an invitation from Strahd to the ball, and unfortunately was unsuccessful. So we were separated from Nyx. There was a reunion of sorts with 2 characters, Bella and what was his fake name again? Oh goodness, I didn't write down his fake name. Oh, the brother. Sel, the brother. I can see the confused look you're giving.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
his,
yes.
his fake name. I forget his fake name.
Hold on, I am looking for it. It's been a hot minute. Ragnar's fake name. I'm looking for it.
Yeah, I can't find it. I could have sworn I wrote it in my notes, but apparently not.
Hold on, I have it somewhere. I think I put it in the text chat at some point.
I thought. I love how this is the one thing I forgot to fucking like. Oh, we're in the wrong VC, by the way.
That's whatever.
Was it in this area then?
I'll just edit this out. We're pre-recording it.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
No, you're good.
This is the one thing I didn't write down.
I know I put it in the text chat somewhere.
Where did it go? It's not there.
I didn't. I wrote it down somewhere.
I've looked through every single chat area and I can't find it.
Alexi. Yep, that's what it was.
That's what it was. Okay, there we go. All right, so starting back, we had a reunion of sorts with Belladonna and
quote Alexi. Letha has a charade going on that he only speaks Sylvan. And Belladonna has this charade going on that she, or that she's always had on, but even more so now, that she's blind and even needs a walking stick, which she may or may not have hit a guard in the foot with accidentally. Totally.
Accidentally.
Yeah, totally accidentally. Nyx was able to successfully get her way out of needing to go to the center that Vallaki has, or the kind of like a detention center almost. However, she was put in the stocks for a day. Thankfully, she was right outside of where our tavern was, so throughout the night, Bella was able to help her stay warm and lessen up the chance of exhaustion. But before that, Saoirse made a visit to a certain someone in the city, Deirdre, and sorry, I saw Sel's little smug smile. And then Bella and Monkey went to go see Valentina and Anastasia. During the visit, Bella and Monkey learned that Valentina is not a normal person. She is a magical copy, if you will,
of
Strahd. Yeah, a simulacrum made of snow. And that every spell she does lessens her chance of continuing to survive, and she has survived for a very, very long time. After casting a spell to Strahd, in which he completely dismissed the message, Bella gave Valentina Witch Rose, a bundle of Witch Rose to use to help replenish her magic even once, so she could cast another spell without it being damaging to her, so that we could inform Strahd something we forgot to mention in the first one, which was that there was going to be a massacre of the people here. Strahd again dismissed it, and then also said he would be visiting our group. He didn't say when, just said he would. Everyone reconvened. Like I said, throughout the night, Bella helped out Nyx. And in the morning, just as we got Nyx into the tavern, and just as everyone was waking up and getting situated and sitting down, every single person in our tavern fell asleep, including the elven gentleman who has been watching us consistently, which is not normal. And in walked Strahd, saying how horrible it was for him to have to do something so intense just to be able to walk through his own city. And that is where we cut off.
Thank you very much. Please take a point of inspiration, Belladonna.
Dink.
And welcome, Watchers in the Mist, to episode 9 of The Curse of Strahd. Bitter Sentiments. Before we begin, let's go ahead, especially because it's been a long time, and get a rundown of who everyone is and who they're going to be playing this session. Starting with... Starting with Nyx. Who are you and who are you playing today?
Hello, I'm Jade Daimao. I'm a variety streamer. I stream on Twitch. I'm also on Twitter and Wattpad. Smile. I play Nyx Nightingale, who is a very fragile little being. She's a Shidarkai phantom rogue and is not having a good morning in the slightest.
But why? It's a lovely winter day. The false sun created by Vallaki is high up in the sky and nice and warm.
But my homegirl is so sleepy.
What do you mean you got almost no sleep being in the stocks in the middle of a winter storm overnight? That's crazy.
It's not exactly the most comfortable.
Really?
Listen, Bella could only do so much.
Yeah, there is an alternate universe where you failed every single Constitution saving throw, got 6 levels of exhaustion, and had to burn your 1 free death to survive the winter night. And I'm glad that didn't happen, but it could have.
Yeah, it very well could have.
Very well could have. All right, Belladonna, why don't you tell us who you are and who you're playing?
Hi. Sorry. Well, hello, darlings. I play an NVT Flynn called Belladonna with her flying snake, Ophelia, who is not the most morally correct person, but has taken a particular liking and care to a child in our party, Monkey. Fantasy aside, hello, my name is Demon Pishy, otherwise known as Katya or Kat. My pronouns are she, they. I'm a Twitch variety streamer and a YouTube VA audio maker. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter under Demon Pishy and on YouTube under Demon Pishy VA.
Fantastic. Next up, Monkey. Why don't you tell us who you are and who you're playing this evening?
Hello, my name is Aelio Booth Kitty. I'm a variety Twitch streamer, and I am playing Monkey, the monk child of the group. And she's hanging on there. She's a little boofed.
Wonderful. It is Shirsha next. However, her Discord just crashed. And she's back. Shirsha Trank, why don't you tell us who you are and who you're playing?
Oh yes. Hi. Hello. I'm Poppy and we're Abby. You can find me on a petite fae, though I might change that in the future. Who knows? Discussions are happening. I use she, her. I'm a little tricksy fae that is on mostly Sage's streams, but eventually will stream on my own. Hooray! I play Shirsha Trig, a gree tiefling, who is a little vampiric, and well, she's a wizard, she's a cleric, and she's probably very much squinting at the fact that there is now a sun in the great city.
The great and prosperous city of Valaki. You have to say the whole thing. It's malicious unhappiness not to. And finally, Lefa, if you are back from your BRB, who are you?
Is immaculate.
Oh, perfect. Who are you and who are you playing this evening?
I wish I was joking when I say your timing was immaculate. I just sat down.
Officer, I think he's not ready.
Oh, is he not ready?
Oh my god.
What?
I just heard the hit.
Yeah, there was. All right, so who are you and who are you playing this evening?
Good question. Who the fuck am I? Anyway.
Yeah, man.
It's been a month. It's okay for you to be a little bit like, what's happening? What's a dice? I don't know.
What is this D20 you're talking about? Anyway, why hello.
Yeah.
So I'm playing the wonderful little being named Lefa. He is a moth boy ranger with his dear friend-shaped swarm of moths named Reka. They are good beans, and I'm excited for you to get to know him a little bit more. He is a tall fae boy who is played by a little shit. Speaking of, howdy, that'll never get old. It is I, the little shit. And it's Frozen Elemental, and I am a streamer on Twitch.tv. I am a comfy cozy streamer, and my pronouns are he, him, but they, them were okay with.
Alrighty. With all that out of the way, we find ourselves in the Blue Water Inn in Valaki. Every person other than the party in the tavern under a magically induced slumber, including the elven gentleman in the corner who should be immune to sleep and magical effects that would put him to sleep. Strahd walks in and, just like before, proclaims, "It is ridiculous, the lengths I must go to walk among my own citizens. But that is a matter that will be amended in time."
Can I give my response now?
You absolutely may, Belladonna.
I have been waiting.
Yep. Strahd begins striding in the direction of the table before pulling aside a chair and sitting at the end of the table, resting his elbows on it, intertwining his fingers and resting his chin on his hand.
Bella narrows her eyes and just scoffs. Maybe you shouldn't have abandoned them to get brainwashed by the psychotic Baron here and his even more psychotic deity of the Evening Glory then.
I was under the impression that I could leave those who I have appointed in positions of power to their own devices, which is something that I have realized I need to change.
And yet, when these people here first got brainwashed. You did nothing. When a hag took over Ivlisgrad, an entire town full of innocent people poisoned and killed, you did nothing. The Vistani have been suffering from constant attacks because you do nothing. Your own daughter, who was almost essentially abandoned by you and went around doing your job. I don't even like her, but I can still acknowledge that even past your duties as a lord, as a parent, you did nothing. Seeing into the future, like I've heard you should be able to do, wasn't even needed for any of that. I get losing loved ones. It's not easy in any sense, but for fuck's sake, and she's gonna slam her fist on the table, people still depend on you. You can still mourn while not doing thousands of your people, innocent people, with no free will currently, to death. I get you're the Lord and the land. I get how much power you have. So save your people for fuck's sake. Or give Valeria and Valentina the power to do what you don't want to. These people don't deserve this.
So,
Hop off.
this might feel weird, but just bear with me. At
Just let it happen.
advantage, can you roll me an intimidation check?
I'm not trying to intimidate him.
Would you rather do persuasion?
I'm not trying to do any of that. I'm just
You're just
fucking
going
mad at
off?
him.
Okay.
I mean, I can roll a persuasion if you want.
What I'll do is this.
Here, I'll
Since
roll a
you're not trying to sway Strahd towards a particular action, since you're just chewing him
I
out.
can persuade him.
Or I was gonna say, if you don't think Belladonna is actively trying to sway Strahd, is just venting frustration, you can just make it straight up charisma, and knowing that you won't add your proficiency bonus, the DC is lower.
Yeah, because I don't think she's trying
Yeah,
to.
you're not trying to
yeah.
change Strahd's opinions. You're just trying to lay into him.
I'm
So
trying to fucking I'm mad.
Yeah.
Bella's more
So-
frustrated because of the Valentina thing she learned recently. It has made her very, very angry.
So just give me straight charisma, roll it with advantage.
With advantage?
Yep, with advantage. You see Strahd contemplates your words.
She's
And-
shaking, by the way. Like, Bella's shaking in anger.
Regardless of the bonus you add to insight, everybody at the table can see some element of what Belladonna said has clearly found purchase on Strahd. And he thinks for a little bit and nods his head slowly. Looks at you. And after a moment of contemplative silence, we'll just say, "You're right. Genuinely, you are correct. You have surmised exactly what I have been thinking about the past afternoon. In my grief, I did abandon people. And though I will be offering recompense for that, it is worth saying that they were very quick to make grabs for power in my absence. That is exactly the problem it's with Vargas. He has seen a power vacuum. When I left for my mourning period, Vargas's father was still in power, and it took a single generation for the entire family to turn Vallaki on its head. So, though I do have things to make up for, my absence revealed the true nature of Vargas in a way it might not have otherwise done. But he shall be avenged. Know that to be true. But I didn't come here to talk about that. I came here to address something different. God reaches into his coat pocket, pulls out an envelope, slides it across the table right in front of Nyx. I believe you misplaced this.
Oh, sorry.
Huh?
If I may note something, as
Sure,
he
Leppa.
reaches into his vest,
Mm-hmm.
a small buzzing comes from Reika as they're slightly getting poised for combat. But then
Oh,
it's
like
just
they're
a letter. They all
Yeah, it's like in
settle
case he
down.
pulls out a fucking knife or something. It's... but yeah, he slides the letter across the table.
She takes the letter but doesn't say anything.
Of course.
valid. Wait, I
I
have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
I have a question out of character. Are Ismark and Irina in the room, or are they passed out? I forgot to ask.
They're at the table with you, and Ismark is very tense and uneasy.
Valid.
So is Irina, but like Ismark is a specific kind of tense and uneasy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would like to apologize for not making my appearance known sooner. It would be more befitting of a lord welcome comers and soon as they I apologize.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, Pretzel? Oh yeah. Hi, Pretzel.
I was trying so hard not to laugh. I'm so sorry.
And here we are segueing into our guest appearance,
Yeah?
Pretzel, who has their best character in the game, Pretzel.
No, this is Aoife, as you can see.
It's
Oh, yeah,
Aoife, yeah.
absolutely. That's Aoife.
Yep.
Hi, Pretzel.
He's-
Oh, what?
So,
I'm a cat whisperer, you guys.
That was the greatest.
Incredible. We have to cut that from the audio, but damn if that wasn't a wonderful moment.
Clip it, and save it separately.
I will clip
Oh,
it
yeah.
and save it
We can
separately.
just have a bloopers thing for after we post all these videos of just like little moments.
Yes, incredible. All right, so continuing. I offer sincere apology for the way in being in my realm, been displaced from your stolen worlds failed. I will do my best. Make it easier in whatever way I can for you to adapt to living.
I think everyone just kind of sees like the anger like that she let out, like it's gone now that she's kind of done all that towards Strahd. And Bella just kind of slumps exhausted in her chair next to Irina and just rests, specifically her forehead, like turns it and just rests it on Irina's arm because she can't like bring herself to argue that like she doesn't want to live here. She's just tired. So she just rests her head on Irina's arm silently and just is going to let them all talk.
Can I do something?
Sure.
Because of me being a swarm keeper, can I cast Mage Hand with Reka? Have it hover towards Belladonna and rest on her shoulder as a form.
Wonderful.
Otherwise, Lefa's not going to do anything. He is steadfast.
Mhm.
He is showing no emotion.
Seeing no one really, well, everyone's reacting. Seeing no one really saying it.
Verbally.
Rod just kind of nods, pushes himself up off the table, pushes his chair back in.
Oh.
Vargas shall be addressed the ball. Should he be, but I have given him incentive to be there.
This is when Bella would speak up and her voice cracks at first.
Uh-huh.
And when can we expect the people who are brainwashed here to be free?
If everything I have ready goes according, Vargas should be out of power promptly as soon as the night of the ball comes around. And once, you see he leans in really close. Once Valentina is named Burgomaster, I am sure she will see Vargas's works are reflected.
Bella's shoulders kind of slump, not in exhaustion this time, but pure relief. And though it kills her because she just snapped at him, hi Pretzel, though it kills her because she just snapped at him, she kind of looks at him, you know, or looks in his direction because of the cloth. And just in this tired voice, just, thank you.
You know,
Can I do an insight check to see if he's hiding anything?
sure, go ahead and give me an insight roll.
Fair enough.
That's not really enough to glean anything. Strahd is an interesting one because he's a person who speaks in a way that is very open and blunt and honest, and it's well practiced in a way that it's hard to tell if he is hiding something because he always sounds very genuine.
He has the confidence of a lord.
Mm-hmm.
Can Bella also try to do an insight?
Sure.
Because she's not exactly trusting of him just because he says he's gonna do something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. Never mind. Oh yeah, no, I'm saving my inspiration. No.
He is a tough nut to
Yeah.
crack.
Just leave it be. He's emotionally tired.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Mhm.
before he leaves, she just kind of like remembrance kind of like clicks, and you can like kind of see it in her eyes for anyone who's looking. When can Valentina get more items to recharge herself? I guess is the best way to say it.
Well, could you repeat that? My Discord is acting up a little bit.
Basically, like she's asking when Valentina can get some, like, I think it was Strahd's hair that was supposedly given so she could recharge or like not melt, basically. Like why I had to give a bundle of witch rose. Oh no. Oh, the Wi-Fi's choppy right now.
Yeah, everything's kind of robot-y.
Hold on. I'm typing it out.
It's interesting that we're robot-y to you, but we can hear you perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
There we go.
Okay. Gotcha. Strahd will nod, say, I already have that. She is receiving resources that should allow.
Bella just kind of nods silently and lets it go.
Strahd, standing at the edge of the table, begins to walk towards the door and then stops and says, before I forget, am I to assume you are Belladonna?
She kind of looks a little confused. Yes.
Valyria apologizes for the man she left.
Bella's gonna tense, and it almost looks like the exhaustion fades off her for a moment, and just with a very pissed off fire in her eyes, looks at Strahd like if the cloth wasn't there, he would feel like there is direct eye contact.
Yeah.
If she wants to apologize to me, she can do it herself.
I am the hurdle which causes that. I have her back at the castle preparing something. She will be in attendance at the ball. I am sure she will seek you out.
Whether she does or doesn't matter. Thank you, though, for trying to carry that communication. It is appreciated. Oh, did it cut out for her?
Roll a check.
Oh? What check?
A check for Strahd.
Positive does Strahd have for rolling for Strahd?
Wait, how do I roll? How do
Strahd has a plus 1,000 for Strahd rolls.
Lamau?
How are we supposed to fight that? Is it literally? I'm not going to say that. That's a spoiler. I was straight up about to spoil fucking Baldur's Gate 3. I'm so happy I didn't. I'm
Don't
so
you
happy
dare.
I didn't. I'm not good, I promise.
Okay.
I'm so confused.
Okay.
I'm so
You
confused.
say that. Strahd
I'm so confused.
stops in turn. He says, to make it abundantly clear, I am the one keeping at the castle. Have ire for me, not my dog. That will be.
Bella just kind of nods.
Strahd walks out of the room. You hear the neighing of a horse outside. Gallops that are very strange, because the gallops start as if it's pitter-patter on paved road, on cobblestones. And after, it's more muffled sounding, like the hooves are making contact with air and then stepping off. And a horse that you can hear outside gallops off into the air. And after the noise grows distant and fades away, everybody in the tavern starts waking up.
I think, Belladonna,
Mm-hmm.
feel that that mage hand that's on your shoulder kind of tense a little bit in a very massaging way, just to try to help calm you down a little bit.
Bella's gonna give Leffa an appreciative look. Pats like the top of Monkey's head and like gently rubs Irina's arm. And then she's going to very quickly walk out of the tavern. And she's gonna head to Valentina's place.
Alrighty. We will get to that in a moment. Is there anybody staying in the tavern? Okay, hand raised.
I want to DM you something. Hang on.
Go for it.
It's private.
Oh,
Sorry,
shit.
the fucking smile she just gave towards the camera right now.
Okay. I almost typed the wrong name, Lamau.
Shersha, you rolled a wisdom saving throw.
It's just to depend on how she is.
Gotcha.
That's it. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Perfect. So
With that, Nyx is not saying a single word. She's getting up and going upstairs. To her room.
Perfect. Leffa, with a passive perception 18, you see Nyx, while everything was going on, writes down a note, passes it to Ismark, and then promptly, once Belladonna gets up, also gets up and heads upstairs to her room in the inn portion of the Blue Water.
His curiosity's piqued, but he's not going to intrude.
Right. Ismark reads over the note and then pockets it.
Okay, Ismark.
Oh, I
You're
forgot to
on
mention-
red right now.
Hmm.
Sorry.
So should I when she had patted Irina, she was trying to also like do like a comforting thing, but also like please look after Monkey while I'm gone type of thing. I
Gotcha.
forgot to communicate that. I'm so sorry.
No worries. Irina gets you. All right. So Belladonna heads off to go see Valentina. Nyx heads up to her room. Lefa, Shirsha, Monkey. You doing it?
I think Shirsha is just very much in the I did the wisdom saves so she wouldn't go after and start yelling at Belladonna. So she's just more on the like to Lefa and Monkey, and I guess Irene and Mark, they just see her put like her full on head in her hands. And like I guess Lefa has the highest insight. You could just see that she's built up with rage, but just not like one more bad inconsistency that happens, or like if we fuck up one more time, she's gonna blow up. Like she's at that like anger rage.
Which brings me to a perfect segue. Because it's been a while since we've played and the mechanic might not be fresh in our minds, if anybody thinks they should have taken stress from that interaction, please go ahead and take that down.
Jesus Christ. Yuck. Okay.
Right, it was a 1d4, right? For minor?
For minor stress, yes.
I don't know how to say this.
No, it's not bad. I take one.
What was the one for major?
Major is a d6.
Okay. That's cool.
Girly Pop is struggling.
Uh-huh. Oh, thank God.
Okay, a single point.
Very cool.
All right, so before we cut over to Belladonna, anyone who is still in the tavern in the next 10-15 minutes, you see a gentleman you saw from before, Captain Strosny. Darker skin, bald, wearing scale mail, large axe slung over his shoulder, fur mantle covering his shoulders and his collarbone, and one large fiendish arm that looks straight from the hells. He walks into the tavern, spots your little group, walks over, and looks at Ismark and Irina.
Oh?
Done something before this interaction?
Yeah, before he comes into the tavern, you got it.
It'll be a very quick thing.
Sure.
But Lefa will stand up from the table. Well, first, are the people that he has spoken to, the people who felt the energy he gave last session, are they present? Or at least the person who came to him, you know.
Yes, the Mardikovs. Yes, they were in the tavern with you, and they just woke up after Strahd's shenaniganery.
Silly guy actions.
Yeah.
Trust in someone. He will stand up, walk over to the person he spoke with last night.
Erwin
Person who-
Mardikov.
Yeah. Person who shifted in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
And genuinely check on him, seeing if he's okay.
You see he's like rubbing his forehead, because when he did fall asleep, he kind of hit the podium hard on the way down. He's rubbing his head.
Do you see any specific wounds? Or is it just
like a little
impact?
bruise on his forehead.
Okay.
You come over to check on him. He grimaces as he's like checking out the wound. Going, can you explain what just happened back there?
Speaking in Sylvan as people can hear him. I suspect even in this language, I could not say the name.
No.
You see he
The
nods and
devil,
goes,
I'm just checking to see if you're okay.
I'm gonna have a headache for the day, but That's
recommend? Can Leffa recommend just a small remedy that he knows? Well, seeing as I'm not witty enough to think up one randomly.
But yeah, you
Just-
like you give him an idea of like a remedy that he can use to like stave off the headache and treat the bruise, and he thanks you.
I'll give a very small bow, nod, and walk back over to the table. Sit back down.
Ezek Strasny comes in, looks at Ismark and Irina. He himself takes out an envelope, hands it over to Ismark. Ismark kind of studies it for a little bit, and Ezek goes, Ismark and Irina Polyanovich and Kolyana. Seeing as you are the children of nobility and you have a surprise visit into the great and prosperous town of Vallaki, the burgomaster requests a dinner. Ismark takes the envelope and very pointedly goes, You use the word request, but that feels misleading. You see Ezek kind of smiles and goes, Very keen, burgomaster. You see Ismark goes, Not the burgomaster yet. Old Pop is still kicking. Like nod. Regardless, the presence of neighboring nobility warrants pleasantries. The burgomaster is expecting you tomorrow night. And Ezek promptly is the tavern. Ismark puts his head in his hands and goes, Fuck! Opens up the envelope, skims it, and goes, Well, we're allowed to bring company, so that's fun.
That answers my message.
Oh, I knew you would want to.
Oh, 100%.
I was about to say, Nyx and Bella letting Ismark and Irina go see the fucker.
Yep.
here?
No.
Oh, no.
So, Ismark reads over the envelope and goes, All right, sis. Each of us can bring one person, so we've got to think carefully. And Irina goes, I already have someone in mind.
Surprise! It's the moth.
She brings the moth, one singular moth.
Not even Leffa, just a
Just
singular
one moth from
A
Reika.
singular moth from Reika. Just one of them.
Incredible.
The one and only moth that actually fell on the ice and
Yeah.
was sitting like upside down.
Yeah, this is my guest, the one clumsy moth.
He does his best.
His name is Timothy.
He's working very, very hard.
Oh, he's working very hard.
He's trying.
Doing his very best.
All right.
Question.
Answer.
Sure. Max muted. Yep, there we
Yeah,
go. Would Shusha be close to Leffa? Close enough that he can kind of mumble something and she can hear it?
I would say yeah.
I think you'd hear in Umbral. This was deliberate, so you could hear.
Yeah.
Are we gonna get any more visitors today?
I think with her head in her hands, it's very muffled, but you have a fucking high passive perception, boyo. You just hear. Yeah, no, with this group, we're gonna have 3 more at the end of the night. Fucking
Thanks
it.
for forewarning.
Yeah.
You could kind of tell that he's He's a little stressed, but not enough to accrue any points. But he's just tense.
You're tense. She's angry.
It's a whole array of emotions.
And the monkey's over
Monkey's
there just
hungry.
eating.
Same brain cell.
You know what? The adults left us alone. I wouldn't say the adults. Who knows? The ladies left us alone. Maybe we should just take the kid to a park. I don't know. Could be
Now,
Even a
you
park in
know,
this damned land.
no, there's not a park, but I will tell you,
Damn.
on a passive perception, Leffa, a retroactive one, last night as you were walking from like the front gates of Valaki to the tavern, you saw down the street from the main road, there is a toy shop.
Let's de-stress and take the kids to the shop. Take the tea.
You know, I know you can't hear it. My ears perked up for a second. Like, oh.
Oh?
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, you saw a cramped looking little building with a wooden sign shaped like a rocking horse that says Blinsky Toys. So that is an option.
I wonder how many carvings I can make to sell.
Yeah?
Admittedly, he is a merchant, so that is something that's going through his mind. Were you actually saying something about that? About taking Monkey somewhere?
I don't think she would have voiced it out. But I think after a bit, she would ask, like, should we just leave them alone? Stay here and hope that they do something, or should we actually look around this place and see what else it has to offer?
Using the information that I had just gotten. If we wish to de-stress, I do know of one place that's looking over at Monkey. Someone might actually enjoy. He says with a very kind smile. A very oh smile that he would give, but a very kind one nonetheless. But it's up to you all.
What do you think? Perfect. In the text chat, if you pitch to Monkey that you could take her to the toy shop.
I just remembered that Leffa made carvings for everyone.
Yes, he did.
Who actually got the carvings? Did everyone get them, or was there like?
So my question is, do you think you would have handed them out during breakfast, or were you gonna wait until after and then Strahd showed up?
I think he would have likely handed them out as soon as possible. So if he saw them last night, he would have handed it to them.
So why don't you tell everybody what wooden carvings they all received?
I will say, probably the only person you didn't give it to was probably Shirsha, because she just came back this morning.
Yeah. Shirsha did not spend the previous night in the tavern.
Okay. And I think he would have likely maybe waited on Shirsha because I don't know. He would have likely just waited just a minute. If he gave everyone else theirs like the night prior, then I think he would have possibly forgotten about it until just now whenever we're talking about toys.
Okay, so perfect. Why don't you go ahead and walk us through what you gave everybody? And then we can do a little scene of you giving Shirsha her carving, since she's the only one who hasn't received her yet in the continuity. Apologies, watchers in the mist. We had a little bit of technical difficulties thanks to my computer shutting down just at the tail end of the last scene that you heard. We are back. I'm gonna double check before I upload the VOD that everything went smoothly. And if everything did really go smoothly, I might even cut out this little blurb, possibly, maybe. It depends. But we had a technical difficulty. We're back now. We are A-okay. So, back where we left off, conversation between Tatiana and you take a bit to feel your feelings, you heal a point of stress. You're getting comforting words and affirmations from Tatiana. Once you sort of finish up and get yourself back to a kind of relatively calm state, Tatiana will say, "No, I over your talk with Tarakami. I mean, obviously, we kind of share everything, but just to ask objectively, are you leaning that way?"
It's kind of impossible for me not to.
I won't try to dissuade you, but it's worth putting out there. Tarakamides is a dark power. He's not like a god who's sworn by their word. Once Tarakamides makes you his champion, you kind of just have to do whatever he... I mean, not to make a very pointed comparison, but that's what Strahd's dealing with right now. The constraints of his deal with Vampire. Vampire isn't keeping up his half of the bargain. The deal they made is that Strahd gets to secure his power, which he did. He has complete power over Barovia. And he gets to secure his love, is me. Except Vampire can't give him, because if he does, their deal is over, because all the terms have been. And Vampire loses control of Strahd. So, I die over and over and keep coming back. Because Strahd gets to spend eternity with me. But we can never be together. Because that fulfills the bargain. So, just keep in mind, look into the exact implications of what your bargain is, Tarakami. Because if he can find a way to exploit the wording, keep you in his service, he's going to. That's what all dark powers do. I want you to be happy. However you end up. I just want you to actually be happy.
All he wanted was to get out. At least that's all he said.
Dark powers bargain in stages. Because if they just come at you all at once with, here's unlimited power, you just have to serve me for the rest of your... people aren't going to sign up with them. They slowly introduce more things, more power, and they slowly ask for more tribute, more condition.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to wait and see if he tries to add anything else. Although, I'm not exactly sure that a dark power would take kindly to the word no.
Yes, that's fair. But the only window of time you have to say no to a dark power is when they don't have the entirety of your soul. And if you finalize the contract, it's too late. They take a piece of you, bit by bit, till they have all of you. And then they can do whatever they want. Remember when you woke up after talking to that hit that felt heavy, and it hasn't really gone away. That dark darkness, something sickly that's just been churning. That's not something being put there, that's something being out.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's a hole.
Well, it's too early to make any type of decision yet, so
That's fair. Just for you, not for me. For you. Be safe. Do whatever you think is. Be careful.
I'm always careful.
I have lived your entire life alongside you. Hard not to. Sorry. Is that too much? That was too much.
There haven't been a lot of attachments. You may have known me for my entire life, but I just met you.
2 days ago.
Right. So, you know, had the whole
Yeah, no,
voice
it's a lot.
inside my
It's
head
overwhelming.
thing was a little much, but I adapt pretty fast, so although Nyx looks noticeably uncomfortable, by the way. She's like, thank you. for that.
Sure. You're welcome.
However, I'm gonna go get a drink.
There.
And she's going to like put the portrait of Garrett in her bag and then go downstairs to get a drink. Preferably wine.
Of course.
maybe.
You put the portrait of Garrett in your bag, and your hand brushes against the wax seal. Close your bag. Stare.
So just to like clarify, that was the note that was taken from me, right?
Yep.
That was the
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, just
That's
cool.
exactly
Awesome.
what it was. Strahd got it back.
Okay.
Hey. Yeah, you head down. You see Danica Mardikov, happily working the bar. You sit down, ask for some wine. And she looks at you. She goes, "Oh, of course, hon. Do you want wine to feel good? Or do you want wine to wake up tomorrow not knowing where you are?"
As much as I would love the second one, I think I'll go for the first one. I
Sounds
have
good.
might have somewhere to be.
A glass or a bottle?
Give me the bottle. I'll save some for later. I'm sure I'll need it then too.
Wonderful. She heads out, comes back, and puts a bottle of wine in front of you. You can see the wax seal of the Mardikov family, which is, as opposed to Strahd's symbol, which is a full raven with outstretched wings, it's a raven's head in profile. Stamped on the wine, like the little wax that they drop over the top of the bottle and the cork, stamped on there. You see kind of like the emblem on heraldry, you see a roaring red dragon on the front of the bottle, and it reads Balorosu.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it's a very nice red that has, like, in a very nice warming kind of way, it has like a little kick of spice to it.
Nice.
So yeah, you I gotta tell you this because I hate this. In the normal Curse of Strahd, it's called Red Dragon Crush, and I'm like, that sounds like a soda. I don't know why you're calling a wine that. So it's Balorosu.
Dope. All right.
It's fruit punch flavored.
Right? Exactly. It's a fruit
God, I
punch
hope so.
Gatorade that's carbonated, and it's terrible.
And also alcoholic.
And also alcoholic. No,
Hit
it's
me
not
with
that
the
at
Four
all.
Loko vibes.
Exactly.
All
right.
Yummy.
So, Buttons. Yeah, you enjoy some wine at 1 p.m.
Yep. It's very on
And
brand.
that's just on brand for Nyx, exactly.
Yeah. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Literally about to say that myself.
Fantastic. So eventually the rest of the party starts filtering back to the blue water. You see, before any of the party members arrive, Ismark and Irina return. You see each of them has each of them comes in carrying a sack. And on the bag, embroidered on the bag, is my brain is short circuiting. Um, uh, is a little emblem of like an open hand, and text that reads, "The Red Glove Tailor." And
Oh god.
both Ismark and Irina come in with new clothes. Ismark sees you at the bar, promptly hands his bag over to Irina to take up to their room, and then comes over to join you.
Okay.
Doesn't say a word. He sits down next to you, gets a cup from Danica and pours some of your wine into it and starts drinking.
Doesn't even ask.
Doesn't even ask, because he knows he doesn't have to.
Real. I was gonna offer it anyway, but like,
Yeah,
shit.
exactly. Yeah, he just sits down and swigs, and he goes, "That's good." Now, not one to judge, but it's like 2:00.
Yeah. I had another dream.
Nope, fair. And he drinks more.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
I've been getting them more usual lately.
It was about the you know who before me.
Gotcha. Nope, I've walked around in Cordelia's shoes once or twice. I have a journal. I have a dream journal that I have never showed anyone else, and probably still won't, even though I'm just now telling you about it. That has the name of every single incarnation, and there's so fucking many of them. There's
been
so
700
many
years,
names to
Ismark.
keep track of.
It's been 700 years, Ismark. Is that really a surprise?
You're sassier than usual, which is saying a lot.
Yeah. And she just kind of like looks at the bottle and she's like, I think this has something to do with it.
Could be. We should have more just to test that hypothesis. If we get sassier, we'll know it's definitely mine.
Sure. She's gonna kind of like glance up to where like Irina went up the stairs or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, so what were the clothes for?
Dinner with the burgomaster tomorrow. We got a dress code. Our
Sorry,
plus ones
we?
don't have one, but we have a dress code.
Okay. I thought you didn't want to be the burgomaster.
Look, I don't. That's not changing. Irina is way better at the job. She gets economics better than me. She gets civics better than me. She's better with people. She has a better understanding of all the legal jargon. At the end of the day, both of us are nobility. And we did the one really bad thing, which is we showed up in the city of another burgomaster without announcing ourselves. So we have to play nice and make up for that little faux pas.
I am so glad I'm not noble.
Oh, well, unfortunately for you, you're my plus one. So, Suck it up.
What?
You're coming to dinner tomorrow night. You can tell me no, I just don't think you're gonna.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fine.
that's what I thought.
Only to keep your dumbass out of trouble.
He rolls his eyes, takes another swig of wine.
She kind of like leans back. Although that dream journal thing, you're onto something there. It might not be a bad idea.
The only way I've stayed sane for fucking 27 years.
She's like kind of tapping her finger like she wants to say something, but she's building up the internal courage to say the thing. So something weird happened with the you-know-who, and she kind of like looks up almost to like her own head.
You see Ismar goes, yeah, the roommate, what's up?
Uh-huh. She remembers that she never actually told Ismark about this. Shit. In order for this to make sense, I have to tell you something else first. Are you familiar with a concept that appears to be very apparent in this place? And she kind of like lowers her voice a little bit and just goes, the dark powers?
You see immediately Ismark takes the bottle of wine and tops off his drink and puts it back down.
Okay. Right. Well, I have been given an offer.
Okay.
An offer that, on my end, at least for the current moment, would be to bring back somebody from my past. The only thing I have to do in return is less savory.
I mean, you see he leans forward and it goes down to a hush. You know who killed his brother. I'm sure it can't be that bad.
She's going to talk very quietly. I have to kill the devil himself.
You see Ismark goes to say something, stops, and you see the green in his eyes becomes more vibrant, and there's a shift in his demeanor. Don't you fucking dare. I get you don't want to fuck around with everything going on over here. I get it. I wouldn't want to either. It's not your fucking problem to have. You don't get to decide what happens. You have basically no stake in the future of this place. You don't plan on sticking the fuck around. You don't get to decide who the next big shot is. And you don't get to take out my husband.
So that shocks Nyx a bit.
Mm. Remember, you
Uh.
got the sentimental half. Ismark got the analytical, all-powerful sorceress half.
Uh-huh. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I gotta do something. No. That's not great.
You rolled a 7 on your wisdom save. Please continue.
So what does that do?
When I say that shakes her a bit, it's more than a bit. It is just pure shock, almost bordering on fear. And she straight up like backs up out of her seat and is like, she doesn't say anything. She can't say anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you can see, I know you already know, but you can see clearly it's Tatiana in the pilot seat.
Yeah.
And she goes, "Where'd all the confidence go, honey?" Just a second ago, you were talking like you fucking meant it. Where'd that go? The second you got challenged on it. Because you know it isn't fucking right. You have no retort. Because you don't have anything to back up your little plan.
And yes, that little chuckle was canon.
Oh yeah, I know.
Are you telling me you wouldn't do the same thing?
I'm saying I had the choice and I didn't. Sorry, Mary Sue. It's not all about you. There are real things at stake. Real people's lives at stake. I'm genuinely sorry that you got dragged into all of this. You don't call the fucking shots.
Believe whatever you want.
You see Tatiana's anger swells. And time around you slows to a halt. Danica was cleaning a wine glass and is just frozen in place. The bar patrons who were talking to each other just slow to a crawl and stop. And Tatiana, time stops the area and reaches her hand out and goes, "If you plan on doing this, I will rip my other half out of you myself. And it's gonna be forceful, and your body won't like it one fucking bit." Do we understand?
She's just gonna kind of like, she's gonna like what's the right word? Stand her ground.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was looking for. And like gripped in eye contact, but standing her ground before she just kind of like wordlessly just holds up her hands in like a peaceful gesture, but
Mm. Time is still frozen. Tatiana hasn't released the time stop yet. You know, I really do hope you. Because I won't have to look at you anymore.
the feeling is mutual.
And you feel a shiver down your back. And your Tatiana is deeply afraid.
That tracks.
And after a little bit more time, you see Tatiana sits back down at the bar and taps your seat. You'll want to be in the same place you were before I put the spell up. You don't want to freak out any.
Fair point. She sits back down.
She raises a hand up, snaps her fingers, and time resumes. And her eyes are a little bit less vibrant, and Ismark is holding his head, resting on the table, and followed immediately by Danica going, "Oh, honey, did you have too much already?" And Ismark goes, I'm fine." And wordlessly, Danica fills up a cup of water and puts it in front of Ismark. And he goes, "Yeah, that's fine."
Now, noticeably,
Mm-hmm.
Nyx is acting like it's almost difficult to look at him.
Mm. You see he looks at you curiously and goes, "What you looking at me like that for? What were you saying? Everything's a little fuzzy."
Nothing.
I might head to my room. Got a pounding headache. Give me a perception check, Nick. Oh, on a nat 20, as Ismark is holding his head and his arm is facing out away from you, you see fresh scars down the length of his arm that are bright blue that looks like magic has ripped its way out of his forearm. That was a lot of magic that his body just casted when Tatiana casted Time Stop, and his body is adjusting poorly to that powerful amount of magic being released from him all at once.
Oh, that isn't gonna affect Nyx's guilt at all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, seeing that, notices it, tries not to let her face show it, but she will, definitely fill up her glass again.
All right. And Ismark excuses himself from the bar, makes his way back up to his room. And around this time, various members of the party start making their way back to the tavern.
Bella's gonna make her way like straight to her and Irina's room.
Perfect.
She's done with today.
So, Belladonna,
It's
you
only 2
see
p.m.
Nyx sitting at the bar. Nyx, you see Belladonna walk in the front door. She goes straight through the dining room and up the stairs into the bedrooms.
Bella, if she sees Nyx in Thieves' Cant, she just goes, "It's been a long fucking day."
It's 2 in the afternoon. This place is really stressful.
Who'da thunk?
Who'da thunk it?
Yeah.
Alright.
She goes straight to her and Irina's room.
And then Leffa and Monkey and Shearsha all make their way back to the tavern as well. Who look in much better spirits than Belladonna and Nyx do.
Honestly, Leffa looks slightly just unchanged, because those dolls are real terrifying.
That's fair.
I say as he healed a point of stress. Anyway.
Well, you were kept at equilibrium by whimsy permeating the area.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, other than hanging around town and eventually heading to bed, is anybody in the party doing anything? The fun part about Vallaki is that you guys are going to spend a lot of time here, so by no means, as players or as characters, do you have to try to get everything done all at once. This is a campaign that's meant to take a long time in world and outside of world. So if it genuinely just feels like a day where your character wants to rest, there's no consequence or penalty for not pursuing plot hooks, right?
I do have a question.
I have an answer.
This is a question for Jade. Would you, as the player, be okay with Leffa having a really poorly timed question?
Oh,
It's nothing horrendous, I promise.
I swear to God, but sure.
I think you would most likely see Nyx over at the bar and kind of separate from the group from the trio that went to the toy shop.
Fantastic.
Firstly, he would walk up, put a hand on her shoulder. You doing okay?
Fuck.
I'm sorry. I just fully imagined that as like canon of Nick just looking up at the ceiling and going "fuck" in the middle of the tavern, and Leffa's just like, "What did I do?"
You know what's unfortunate? That's not even the bad question. We'll get to that.
Nyx, that's what you get to deal with.
Fantastic.
Love you, Jade.
Fantastic. Okay, so fuck. After that question, her head's literally gonna drop. And she's just gonna look back up and just go, you have no idea how many answers that question has.
I can guess one, seeing as your head just dropped and you have a near empty bottle of wine in front of you.
Well, part of it was Ismark, but
Thank you for the reminder, actually. And answering my second question inadvertently. I was wondering if you'd seen him. I saw something I think he might want to know. Obviously, you have.
Yeah,
Where is he
he wasn't feeling too good, so he went to bed.
He kind of... What's the word for this? He kind of does between... I would say just a grimace seems like the best. Oh, do we? Oh god, I forgot.
Yeah, no, you
guys
share a room with
share a
Ismark.
room. That's why I was so confused. I was like, what?
I did genuinely forget about that, but even
You
then,
share a room
at
with
this-
Ismark.
It's 2 p.m.
That's fair.
Well, I might as well let you know because I plan on letting all of you know. There was a doll maker. The person who ran the shop, the toy store that we actually just went to. Curiously, he was making a doll of Ismark. Normally this would be fine, but I know that he dyed his hair just before we got here. There was red roots. It also doesn't help that there was a little monkey on his shoulder. I know it's akin.
I have to DM the DM. Hang on.
You know, the question of have you seen Ismark today was the bad question. That doesn't mean I'm not going to make you suffer and have some real bad, real badly timed information.
Hang on a second.
You avoided my question. You didn't avoid the poorly timed thing.
I know why that is what you could think it is, but no.
Oh, thank God.
That's not at all what I'm going for.
Thank God, actually.
It is not a magical doll. It's not a voodoo doll. That's not what this is, I promise.
Alright, just making sure.
I can
Okay.
see how you would think it, but that's not what it is.
Oh, absolutely. Dude.
Honestly, if you hadn't even brought it up, I wouldn't have thought about it. I didn't.
Oh,
even
dude,
think
the
about
moment that you were just like,
consideration.
hey, they made this doll, and then, hey, there's this fae.
It's both. That's not at all what this story hook represents, and 2, that is not a culture I know enough about to try to represent in this game.
Okay. That clarifies. Alright, cool. Anyway, continuing on. So okay, hearing that, she will kind of almost scowl, but like the kind of scowl that is like an oh fuck scowl. Anyway, okay, yeah.
Hi, Colby.
Anyway, right, so noticeable,
Hey, can Jade borrow your inspiration? I think she's gonna need it.
first
Oh
of
my
all, how
God.
dare you? Okay, yeah, so noticeable kind of like oh fuck scowl, and before she there wouldn't have happened to be one of me, right?
There wasn't one that you saw in the shop.
Okay, good to know. I admit now, I don't like dolls. I looked at every single one of them this evening. I had not seen. one of your ilk. Words. One of your resemblance.
I can't tell if that's comforting or not.
To me, it is. One less dog.
Sure.
You know, as a player, I love accidentally working with the DM to torment and traumatize my friends. You're welcome.
I love how that's your personality, but you also play someone who's literally calmed down the party more times than I can count.
Oh, I know.
It's a fun dichotomy.
It's just the gremlin in me really wanting to come out.
Okay. So, there's something that I've admittedly been hiding from all of you. However, here is not even close to the ideal place to talk about it. But there are extenuating circumstances that make it dangerous to not say anything. So, if you wouldn't mind and if you're able, keep tonight open.
He just raises his head a little bit. He has no idea what to say.
She's not going to say anything more. She said her piece.
After a... God damn it, Mishi. After a distinct pause, just of speechlessness, you'll just answer, as long as other things don't gather my attention, I will very easily keep a spot open for you.
Okay.
All right. Nyx, absentmindedly, you grab the bottle and go to pour, and nothing comes out of it. And Danica goes, need another?
I would love another.
Again, feel good? Forget the rest of the night. Which one?
I need my wits tonight, so let's go with the feel good. I should probably go into this in a good mood.
You are getting lower ABV than that then. And she walks out. And comes back with another bottle that just has, again, same insignia of the Marnikov family. And there is a bundle of grapes on a fresh vine as the sort of symbol on the front. And it reads purpuric.
Nice.
All right, and you are given a... this one's a white. This one's a white wine. Handed it.
Do you think I could sleight of hand or stealth something? It's nothing.
What?
It's nothing roguish.
Uh-huh.
Just out of Nyx's vision, can he hold up a coin and then put up like one finger, then two, three, then five to resemble asking how many coins, how much does it cost?
Got it. She looks at you and
stealthful.
She looks at you and just signs 2.
He nods.
Okay. You cover Nyx's tab. She takes the coins from you.
So after she drinks, let's say, half of the bottle or something.
I need a con save first.
Oh,
no.
great. It's just white wine. How bad could it really fuck me up?
Chased
can
by
I-
a stronger, spicy red.
Hey, Cell, do I be even more of an asshole of a
I don't even need it.
player?
Let
Can
out.
I'm gonna DM you something. Hold on.
Okay. Nyx, you are very warm. And you got that like you are still of all of your senses and can still talk normally, but you've got that just general full body tingly buzz sensation.
Happy feeling.
Uh,
Life's good right now, you know?
although
Although
nope, that's very fair. Nope, that's very
Wow.
fair. You do have exhaustion, so you're technically supposed to make the save at disadvantage.
Oh,
Wait.
fucking...
Wait, I thought she
Oh no, it's
checked, not
ability
saved.
checks. Nope, you're good. Never mind.
Oh my god.
Nope,
Okay.
you're
Yeah,
good.
I was hoping
Later
that-
levels of
Yeah.
exhaustion are con saves.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's
Homie
just
took a
ability
fat nap
scores.
once we left.
That's whatever.
We know now.
We know
Yeah,
now.
ability checks.
Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
level 3
ability
saving
checks, so you're good.
throws.
Because the nap
Yeah.
didn't
Okay.
remove your exhaustion because you needed a long rest to heal a level of
Oh,
exhaustion.
there was the long rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
Sorry to have been a rule
no,
lawyer.
you're
rule
good.
lawyer
You're
there.
good. You're
I
good.
just
No, you're good. You're good. You're good, Frozen.
No.
Swear to God.
Love you.
All right. So, Saoirse
Yeah.
and
Right.
Oh, real quick, yes.
Yeah,
Next.
sorry. I was gonna finish my thing.
Oh, that's right. That's
Um,
right.
Yeah, the con save. Anyway, so after she finishes like half the bottle or whatever,
Mhm.
she's going to get a little fresh air. She's gonna just stand outside and, if it's allowed, smoke.
No, outside, it's fine. You light up, stand outside, and you see up in the corner of your vision, although you of course can't look directly at it, there's that fake sun about a mile overhead of Barovia, burning, roiling. And it's very bizarre standing in it for a while, because like it's not as warm as regular sunlight, and like it's not as bright as regular sunlight, even though you still shouldn't look directly at it. And so it's obviously you're standing in the sun, but it's like if the sun was dimmer and colder, and it's very bizarre being conscious of that.
Mm.
Alright.
Yeah. But you finish your light and then head back inside. Still buzzy, but still possessed of your full faculty of speech.
Very cool.
So, Saoirse and Monkey, when you get back to the tavern and Leffa breaks away to go meet up with Nyx, are you two doing anything?
They're both muted.
They're both muted.
I think they might both be away from their desks.
Well,
Or-
Abby's
no,
right there.
Wait, no, Abby's right there. Okay, then.
I have to be muted because of Scotty.
Oh, gotcha. I just know sometimes you need to walk in the key, so I was like, ah.
I don't think Saoirse would go and talk to Belladonna right away.
Please no.
Yeah, no, definitely not right away. It would probably be like another hour or two before she would. Like, if Belladonna never shows her face for the rest of the night, probably before she heads to bed. she would probably meet up with Belladonna. If she's getting the general vibe of everyone's doing their own thing, I think the conversation that she had with what's her dark power's name?
The Kingmaker?
Kingmaker, thank you. I kept wanting to call him the Fallen King, and I was like, nope, that's wrong.
Cool.
Not yet. Well, this king did fall. He is a kingdom of one. In Shirsha, I guess. Whatever. She, I think, would go out and actually, like, buy proper clothes for herself that are not just, these are the clothes I woke up in after I've been dead for 32 years, or for 15 years. So she'll kill her time 2 hours just to, like, get something tailored for her.
So you head over to the tailor shop?
Yeah. I think that's what she
Yeah,
does.
this could actually be a scene, so we'll hop to it in a second.
Okay.
And then Monkey, are you doing anything?
No.
All right, you're just hanging around in the tavern, waiting for the group to get together and talk.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, perfect.
Want some food, Monkey? I can get you some food. I'm over here by the bar. I can get you some food.
Food?
All right, you get lunch for Monkey.
Fuck yes.
Really have the
Much.
same energy as the seagulls.
How much further down am I?
Just like meals are gonna be, it's not 32 gold. Meals are gonna be relatively cheaper compared to like buying booze. You're down like a couple coppers, like 4 coppers.
Oh yeah, I forgot these people really like not just us, but especially Lefa.
Mm.
Yeah.
All right.
For
So,
reasons of affiliation.
so Belladonna, you you head to your beloved's room. Heading up the stairs, opening the door. You see Irina in the middle of changing and trying on her new tailored outfit. So you see a very very gorgeous looking, like kind of maroonish red suit. Not a dress, not for Irina. But like nice suit pants, nice shoes, that she picked up from a cobbler. You see she's in a well-pressed white shirt that she's only done the bottom button on and none of the other buttons. And you see a blazer on the bed and like an ascot sitting with it, and she turns around in the middle of buttoning up and she goes, "Well, you're impatient."
Bella kind of, she's gonna slide her like eye cloth off because, you know, comfortable in the room with Irina, and lets her eyes and this is very openly, lets her eyes drift up and down Irina's figure and just kind of tilts her head with a small smile. Well, I mean, I didn't know you were doing this, but I'm certainly not complaining.
Oh no, I bet you aren't. Again, it's worth noting, Irina is fucking chiseled. She is incredibly muscular, incredibly toned, takes a lot of care of her body. But you can also see, not helping the horny allegations, that Irina's like her collarbone and parts of her abdomen are like covered in many freshly healed scars from like different skirmishes and from getting in fights. So you just see most of her chest or most of her torso, and just lots of battle scars that are almost highlighted by like the tight window of visible skin compared to what's covered by the shirt. And you see it's a shirt that's very well fitted to Irina because it kind of squeezes around her arms and makes her muscles more visible.
Huh.
I'm being mean. I'm being so mean.
Smash.
Yeah, Jade said it for me. Um, Bella gets actually like a slight blush on her face, just a slight one. But then she kind of like hits her that like usually Irina doesn't wear these things. She's like, no, as much as I'm not complaining to see you like that. What's the occasion?
The Burgomaster's dinner tomorrow night is the occasion, unfortunately for me.
The what?
Oh, this happened after you stormed off. Ezek, Captain Ezek Strozny of the Church Guard came by and dropped off a letter for Ismark and I. We committed a little bit of an accidental faux pas, which is being the children of nobility, showing up at the domain of another noble and not announcing ourselves. So we have to go to a dinner to save face and apologize for showing up on such uninformed notice.
With Margaret.
I get to bring a +1.
Bella just kind of takes a moment to like kind of digest this information. Kind of sighs because she would definitely isn't going to say no. She doesn't want Irina going like, you know, to this place without her. So she just kind of nods and goes, all right.
You certainly don't have to come, but
I would like
you
to.
Oh, perfect.
I should probably go to the tailor. I don't really have anything aside from this, and kind of gestures to
Sure, absolutely.
Before she goes to walk out and go to the tailor, she kind of like pauses before she opens the door. Like she's put her or she has her blindfold in her hand. She pauses and then goes over to Irina and just very heatedly kisses her, pulls back and just goes, I like this color on you. And then before she can respond, puts her blindfold on and walks out.
You little fucking tease. And then the door shuts. And then Irina opens the door and calls out into the hall. And just says, just when you get to the tailor, tell Melina that you were sent by the Karalovas.
She kind of yells back, got it!
She rolls her eyes, shuts the door, and continues trying on her clothes. I had to put her in a suit. It's too good not to. Melina.
That's true.
Melina.
And I was sent by the Karalovas?
Yep.
Okay.
Not Karalovas, I'm sorry. Kolyanovich. The Kolyanoviches. Karalova is Anastazia's surname. That's the wrong one.
Gotcha.
Okay. There's too many names that are similar in this damn module. Alright, so you head out to the tailor. And ironically, when you get there, Shirsha is also there already.
Oh shit.
Because Shirsha went to the tailor right before, so ironically, she's also there. So, you both come into the tailor shop. You see just like I said, like a symbol of like a red hand with the fingers all splayed out, that reads the Red Glove Tailor. And when you walk in, you see a woman who's in very, very modest, kind of like lower middle class garb, but these beautiful red silk gloves. And she's currently leaned over and actively sewing up a garment when the both of you walk in. And the little chime on the door rings when you both come in here. I'll say Shirsha got in here first and Belladonna arrived shortly afterwards. So right now, while just Shirsha's in the building, the woman looks, "Oh, I'll be with you in just a minute." And she finishes and ties off a loop, tests the garment a little bit and goes, "Okay, that'll hold." And she comes over and looks at you, Shirsha, and goes, "Hello, welcome into the Red Glove. Is there any way that I can help you this evening?"
I think she is mostly because she, as a person, has probably just mended her own outfit through magic, or like no basic like hand cross stitching. So like one of her blouses just kind of rips. She knows how to stitch it back up via the seam. So she probably waits a minute and then remembers, oh yeah, social paw, and goes, I was encouraged to pick out more outfits so I don't have to continuously wear something that is very, you know, stuffy all the time.
Of course. Could I ask? I get the vibe. Are you not a Barovian native?
No, not at all.
That's wonderful. I offer discounts to new denizens of Barovia, just because it's a lot harder for you to acquire a new wardrobe, since very often you don't show up with clothes or like new changes of clothes. So you are offered a discount. I'm more than happy to. Do you know your measurements offhand, or do I need to take them?
Would you think that because she hasn't aged in 32 years, actually, she would probably know this by heart at this point?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Because I was like, and also the tactical part of her brain. And she goes, no, I can give you the exact measurements.
Oh, wonderful. And so she, immediately starts running over, like, okay, bust, waist, hips, shoulder to floor, and like gets all of your general measurements. And goes, so I can see the style of clothing you're already wearing. Is this a style you'd like to adhere to? Do you want to retain the individuality of your outfits, or don attire that fits a little bit closer to Barovian custom? Granted, you're not far off from Barovian custom anyways in your apparel, but do you want to lean more towards Barovian or more towards individual?
Everything in the back of her mind's like blended. And then the thing that the Kingmaker told her, and she was like, fuck. So she, after a moment, just goes, I think more of a individuality. I already stand out with the horns, pale skin, gold veins.
Which, by the way, gorgeous features. So jealous. Yes, absolutely. Do you want to accentuate the horns? Do you want decorations for the horns? like silks or jewelry that I can hang off it, bangles, things like that. There's a network of aestheticians in Vallaki. We all sort of, the jewelers and the cobblers and the tailors all sort of work together in a union. So if you want more ways to accessorize and accentuate yourself, I can plan your outfits after your accessories so that they complement them, and get in contact with some jewelers I know, or with a cobbler I know, or you're muted, babe.
Yeah, I know. This is a poor, sweet introvert being excitingly talked to about a thing that she's not used to.
Oh, absolutely. I bet it's jarring. So I think Melina gets the sense that you're getting overwhelmed. Oh, I think I'm echoing off you. Okay, there we go. I think Melina gets the sense that you're being overwhelmed and goes, okay, another option. If you are willing to trust me, I can just... It feels weird to say it this way. I can just wing it with you. And I can just come up with some outfit designs that I just really think would fit you very well. And you can just veto the ones you like. Or no, veto the ones that you don't like, and I will tailor the ones that you do. So, you let me handle the process, and whatever I think will look good on you is what I'll make. With your input, if that's easier.
You can see that she fakes like a breath, like a sigh of relief. And then goes, I think that will do. That actually is perfect. And then the jewelry accessories might be a little too much at the moment, but I think after the outfit is done, we can talk about it again. That's okay.
Okay. So I will plan a couple of outfits that are meant to stand out enough to go on their own without need of any other accessories. And then I'll plan a couple of outfits that are simpler, that are meant to show off any future accessories that you might get. Does that work?
She nods her head.
Wonderful. Alrighty. So I've got your measurements right here. Oh, hold on, I see a question. Okay. So were you thinking one outfit? Did you know, like, it feels weird to phrase it this way. Are you looking for a more of a new wardrobe, or are you looking for just a couple of other garments to wear? Just for now. You can, of course, come back if you need more clothes. I'll always take return clients.
I think probably one or two would work, and then maybe something like a coat or something for the winter climates.
Oh, I think you would look absolutely wonderful with a petticoat. Oh, yes. Okay, so what I'm thinking, just branching off of basic ideas, is you are a person who, just based on your features, looks, for lack of a better term, very regal. And I think leaning into that could be very fun, and it's a little bit pricier, I will be honest, but I could give you slightly higher class clothing, or if you'd like to feel a little bit more common, for lack of a better term, I can whip up an outfit a little bit more in line with what some of our middle to lower class citizenry generally wears.
I think she would ask about, does the social ladder like the social classing have different colors. Because if she wants to stick with purples, which are typically, in modern times,
Exactly.
royal.
So yeah, she'll say, so purple is a hard color. The reason why purple usually tends to be more expensive is just because materials to dye garments purple are harder to come across, especially in Barovia's climate. If you want to stick to purple, I can absolutely do that. That is going to be a little bit higher in price as far as gold is concerned. Just because it's not necessarily a high demand material, but it's a low supply material.
She nods her head.
And I think this would be about the time that Belladonna makes her way in.
Hi.
She's gonna step in.
Okay, a little chime on the door goes off, and you see Melina acknowledges you enter and says, I'll be with you in just a moment. I'm helping out another customer.
She's gonna make eye contact with Saoirse and just tilt her head. Saoirse, I didn't know you left the tavern. Hi.
Well, you did leave off in such a grand hurry.
You alright? I'm sorry. And she just kind of tilts her head. Are you invited to the dinner tomorrow also? Because she's kind of confused as to why. Like, she kind of has the vibe that this isn't Saoirse's thing, so she's a little bit confused.
She gives a... Did Irina and Ismark vocally say about the dinner? Or...
No.
Like when they were with Lefa and Monkey and her.
Oh, yes, at the table they did talk about the dinner.
We were actually there when the invitation was vocally.
Oh,
Exactly.
when that was, gotcha.
Yep.
You did hear about it.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure if they read it. We knew that they were invited for the dinner, but I wasn't sure if they spoke about like, oh, we have +1s too. But if Ismark and Irina vocally said there's like, well, we can get a +1, I know who we're inviting, then that's fine. Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
Yeah. Saoirse gives like a raised eyebrow and goes, no, I believe they were going to ask you. I do have something to tell you. It's a different dinner that doesn't involve you, unless you want to come. I don't know. But no, you can't come. It's tomorrow. Never mind.
Right, maybe we can discuss it on the way back?
She'll nod her head, and then like wave a hand. She's like, no, I'm widening my wardrobe, as most would say.
Noted. Well, I don't want to get in the way. And she turns towards the shopkeep lady. She goes, I'm sorry for cutting off y'all's conversation. I just didn't expect to see my friend here.
Oh, not at all. Don't worry about it. Did you say you had a dinner with the burgomaster tomorrow?
Well, my partner does. I'm just the +1, but I love fashion more than I like to admit, so I came to get something to dress up in, and maybe some ball clothes, some clothes to change into, just a whole wardrobe, if you may.
Absolutely. We will get to you in just a second. I'm just gonna finish up taking Saoirse's requests. So purple, like I said, is a very hard color to come across in fabric. Just because materials to dye purple fabric is very hard to come across. So there is an upcharge for purple clothing, but it's only an additional gold piece per yard of material for purple. if that's okay.
I think she nods her head and goes, I think at least one of the outfits should just stick with the purple.
Do you want to go ahead and just make the fancier outfit the purple one anyways?
Yes, sure, absolutely.
Wonderful. And then the second outfit is a little bit more down to earth and stands better on its own without accessories.
Yes.
And when you dress, do you prefer styles that lean a little more traditionally masculine or more traditionally feminine?
She thinks for a very long moment and then goes, typically the more feminine approach, but I'm willing to explore more.
Well,
Again,
I asked because you mentioned a coat, and I think a coat would be very wonderful on one of your outfits. So tell you what, I'll make the fancier outfit a little more femininely. Something more traditionally like a dress. And then for your more neutral day-to-day outfit, I'm more than happy to make it a little bit more gender neutral, sort of meeting in between feminine and masculine.
I think she just lifts her head, like, yep.
Okay, so could you come back here behind the counter very quick?
Yeah. Shirsha listens to a beat.
And just go ahead and stand in front of the mirror here. And she walks over and starts picking up a couple of different swatches of like little silks to hang on your shoulder and just look at them compared to your complexion. And you're standing in front of the mirror and you realize a glaring problem, which is that you have no reflection.
All right. Right, that's a thing.
So you see she walks over, takes a swatch of cloth and puts it on your shoulder, looks at the cloth and looks at you, and then turns to look in the mirror and doesn't see your reflection and just sees a piece of cloth hanging in the air. And she turns and goes,
Right.
complicates things a little bit, but well, it'll work. It'll work.
Mm-hmm. Oh, how I wish I had the gift of gab.
All right, so
Disguise self wouldn't help. I'm just trying to say, if I had a spell.
if you have a spell that can make your reflection visible,
Yeah.
no, you don't.
No, I don't have major image or minor illusion or what. I don't have illusion spells. Oh well. Yeah, because New Stole doesn't stop that. It just unregisters of her being undead.
Yes.
Oh well. She's probably used to it. There's like 6 vampires in this town. Motherfuckers.
Yeah, no, she's surely not like dismissing that kind of clientele.
I know.
She's just a little surprised. Okay, so really the only thing I use the mirror for is to just have you look at how the color looks next to your complexion. This just makes it more of a trust exercise of, I think this color fits your complexion very well, but you have no way to see yourself wearing it, so you kind of just have to take my word for it.
Bella just does a small smile.
But I promise, your complexion's very fair, so it's a lot harder to color match, because a very vibrant color will wash you out, and in some cases, if you're pale enough, can even make you look like you have an even fairer complexion than you do. I have a couple of colors lined up. Let me just test those really quick. And she takes a bunch of different swatches of cloth and like tests them next to Shirsh's face and gets a good look at how they look next to her features. Before eventually she picks out a color palette. But I will let you, Abby, decide what that color palette is. But she picks out a color palette that complements Shirsha very well. Sets those cloths off to the side.
Yeah, I feel like in the end, she can't like fuck up because I think at some point, like if there's like little fumbling or something, like curses under her breath, or not curses under her breath, but like, oh, this won't do. She'd be like, I trust you, and if you need a second opinion, I do trust her. And like the person waiting in the lobby.
Oh, of course. Yeah, every once in a while, she'll like call you over, Belladonna, and be like, I don't know, what do you think of this?
Yeah, that was an experience with this. So she gives her like honest opinion, having had to make clothes for vampire like clientele before.
Fantastic.
Occasionally she'll like point out something that she thinks would look really pretty on Saoirse.
I think there's even a moment where you point out a particular color and you see Melina kind of tap her chin a bit and go, you know what? I wouldn't have considered that, but... And she goes over and grabs the swatch and puts it next to Shirsha's features and goes, lovely.
They both get a 1,000-yard stare. I think to her mentally sane, she is just going over alchemical equations in her head or something like that. Or like, okay, she just pulled out 10 inches of this fabric swatch, and there's another, and then it's like, oh, they're like 2 inches off. I won't say anything about that. Or it's like, ooh, there's like a centimeter of thread.
Wonderful. But with your measurements taken and with colors picked out for you and with a general style for your outfits made up, she takes all of the cloths and colors that she set out for you, sets them on the side, quickly jots them all down on like a little piece of paper that she brought out, and goes, so, the way this sort of works, since I am a commission-only tailor, and I tend not to have pre-made clothing already in stock, is the price of the final product will vary a lot depending on adjustments I might have to make or material that I end up using. So I can give you an approximation for how much these outfits will cost, but I won't really know exactly how much I'm going to charge you for them up until I have the final products ready. But looking at a fancier outfit, a higher class outfit, made in a more expensive and harder to obtain material, that outfit is going to be obviously the bulk of the cost. Then this second outfit, which is a little bit more humble and better at blending in with the common folk and works better as a day-to-day casual attire, is going to be significantly cheaper. So we are looking at 80 gold pieces for the dress, and we are looking at 20 gold pieces for the casual. So 100 gold in total, approximately.
Yeah.
Could be higher, could be lower, depending on the final product.
Yeah, and Shirsha nods her head, like calculating, like this makes sense and everything, and then does do the proper thing of like, do you want me to put some down?
Yes,
As a down payment?
I do take a 50% advance, which goes towards the final product anyway. So it'll just be 50 gold up front, and then the final product will be another 50 gold approximately, once again, depending on whether or not I end up having to redesign the outfits or scrap the material, or if the material ends up becoming cheaper while I'm working with it and it's easier to reimburse myself for the missing material. there's a lot that goes into it. Pricing is difficult when you work solely on commission. But I think we have you set.
She'll nod her head and agree to 50%. Like, we'll pull out the 50 gold pieces.
Yeah, you put out 50 gold up front. And she immediately smiles, takes it, and says, I will start sketching up the designs as soon as I have finished with your friend here. Do you need these outfits right away? Because I can expedite it and work on these immediately, but I do charge an expedited work fee. Otherwise, where are you staying? Because I know you're not a resident of.
So she'll hand wave about the expedited stuff. Be like, just honestly take your time. I'm perfectly okay with this outfit right now. Especially for something small tomorrow. But at the moment, the Blue Water Inn currently.
Are you opposed when I have the final designs for the outfits before I start sewing to me calling for you at the Blue Water and having you overlook the designs before I start?
Absolutely.
Perfect. I want to get your opinion on everything every step of the way, because it would be painful for both of us if you ended up with a product you didn't want to wear. All right. So, you are all set. I will get to you with the finalized designs as soon as I have the drafts ready. Otherwise, you are good to go. Thank you so much for stopping by.
She'll awkwardly excuse herself to like thank you, and then go to like leave, and then remember, oh wait, I have to wait for Belladonna, and then she'll probably just find somewhere in there to like sit down and just wait.
There's a couple of waiting chairs in the main area because taking measurements is a very lengthy process.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I know.
Okay, so you go out to one of the waiting chairs in the front of the counter. And then Belladonna, you get pulled back. And again, it's the same run of questions of like, do you already know your measurements? Do I have to take them fresh here?
I already know them. And she lets her know.
Yep, and she gets your bust, your hips, your waist, shoulder to floor, everything she could need from you. So, are you looking for higher class, middle class? Do you want to lean more towards Barovian style of clothing or lean more towards your own individual style?
My own. I found my style quite a few years ago and I'd like to stick with it.
Wonderful, wonderful. Many people do when they arrive in Barovia on their first lives.
She kind of nods. I did have a question. There is a ball that me and my friends were invited to. Do you make ball gowns along with just the normal attire and the fancy attire here, or
is it Lord's Ball?
She kind of nods silently.
So, I don't make balls, but I know the person who does. Who is my mother, who lives in and works at the castle. You're in good hands with her.
I understand.
The reason why we're called the Red Glove Tailor, and the reason why I wear the red gloves, even though these aren't the authentic ones, the red gloves were a gift to my mother from Strahd that are enchanted, and she is able to produce outfits extremely rapidly. Like, she gets the design for the outfit, and she's done with it 30 minutes later. It is marvelous.
Bella is like a fashion person, is like wide-eyed. In 30 minutes?
30 minutes. Measured, cut, sewn, everything.
I could only pray to the gods above that I could ever reach that amount of
So,
potential for that. My
When-
goodness.
when you arrive at the ball, you tell the Lord that you do not have an outfit already. You will immediately be taken to my mother's quarters, where she has an assortment of already made ball gowns and suits. And if none of them suit your particular taste, she will have an outfit done for you like that. In fact, I'm willing to bet, especially since you are not Barovian native, the Lord might already expect you to head that way once you arrive.
I wouldn't be surprised. Noted then.
I can do everything else for you, but you don't need a ball gown from me.
Noted. Do you still do just normal dresses then? Not exactly ball gowns, but...
Day dresses, sundresses, formal wear.
Noted. Along with mine, I was able to tell her measurements as someone who has made clothes before. Could I also get something made for a friend?
If you're aware of her measurements, you absolutely may. I will need you to have a color palette decided for me, since I don't have the model here to test the swatches on.
You're all good. The dress will just be pure black. It's the
Oh,
color.
well, that's
I think,
very easy.
Yes, I think it goes wonderfully on her.
Right. Let's go
She
ahead and get
gives-
started.
Yeah, she gives Nyx's measurements.
How'd you get
Takes
my
Nyx's
measurements?
measurements down.
Darling, she's not only quite literally had her hands around you when she made out with you, she's made multiple outfits for people before. She just kind of eyed you multiple times and was like, okay, well, that's the measurements.
All
I'm cool with
right.
that.
It wouldn't be a bad idea to send her in at some point so that I can properly
of
make sure
course.
everything fits
That'll
to
be
her.
a fun
But
conversation.
For
I
right
can bring her
now-
back with me the next time I come here.
And do you need this relatively soon? Do you need these outfits expedited?
Mine, one of my dresses, yes, and hers, yes. The burgomaster's having a dinner tomorrow, and those two will be needed for then.
Right. Talked about. Wait a minute. And you said your
Oh,
partner's
right.
going and invited you, right?
I almost forgot. I'm so sorry.
Are you Ismark's little lady?
No, that would actually be my friend for tomorrow.
Getting bold here.
Oh, and you see she looks at you and
You
goes,
think she's blind?
you see she looks
Well,
at you and
actually,
goes,
don't answer that.
I didn't know Irina swung that way. Well, that's wonderful to know.
She just kind of laughs into her hand. Yes, I'm so sorry. A space that she said I was supposed to say it was sent by the Kolyanoviches. I apologize.
Does that mean, is your friend also, and she points to Shirsha, is your friend also an acquaintance with the Kolyanoviches?
Yes, she is.
And you see immediately she turns and goes, Shirsha, darling, the approximation for your outfit is 90 gold pieces, not 100.
I think Shirsha waves her hand and be like, no, keep the 100, please. Maybe more even so. This is a lot we're asking for you.
She kind of nods, like Bella nods and agrees.
There's a discount for non-citizens, and there is a discount for nobility and their acquaintances.
Yes, but we're both stubborn tieflings, so no. You're getting extra.
Trust me,
If you
arguing with
insist.
Sirsha won't work with you.
Just call it a tip for my services. It's for keeping the ledger. You understand.
No, I was entirely making sure that it's tip extra money for you.
Okay, perfect. Yes. I have to put the prices that I'm charging for the dress before discount on the books, but I don't have to put the tips on the books. You see what I mean?
Understood.
Perfect. So I've noticed there's also a fair amount of purple in your wardrobe, a fair amount of green. You also have a very fair complexion.
I don't have purple out of character. I don't have purple in my wardrobe. Actually, that's just the
That's just that's just lighting it to okay. Yes, so
yeah,
you have a
that's
lot
what
of black in
Lynx
your
gave,
wardrobe.
because
Gotcha.
the black was very muted out.
Yes. Some black, some green. Are these colors that you're usually comfortable with and you want to stick to? Do you want to branch out to anything?
Yes, I would like to stay with black and green.
Okay.
And she's actually going to pull out a little notebook that she always keeps with her. And it's full of basically drawn out outfits that she has.
Ooh. You
And
don't mind if I make some personal touches to that, do you?
Oh, of course.
Wonderful.
I'm actually going to send these to you, Sage.
Yeah, go for it.
Hold on.
We gonna look fine.
Fine.
Let me. Where did the other one go? What the fuck?
Everyone over here getting, very fancy outfits. Me and Monkey over here have a lunch roll.
Well, Bella would like to get Monkey an outfit, but she also, because Monkey is growing as a teenager, she knows that she can't get exactly correct measurements for it.
Yeah, she'll outgrow it in literally like 3 days.
Yeah, so she just kind of wants to leave that to like last minute for the ball thing.
Gotcha. I get that absolutely. But yeah, you guys are gonna get a lot of new clothes over the course of this campaign, just because I like stuff like that. It's a way that I love showing the passage of time. Is like, you're not Timmy Turner. You don't wear the same outfit every single day and never change it. Like,
now we go on Last Airbender up in here.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was the whole idea for her. For Sheersha going, she's like, I don't want everyone to think I wear the exact same outfit every single day that we keep.
Real as fuck.
Because she's like, I'm gonna get a new outfit now.
So the way that I always do it as the DM is, unless an outfit specifically needs to look a certain way for a scene, it's, hey, the tailor designs the outfit, but like you tell me what you want your character to look like, and that's what you look like.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these are the things. The green one, I know it looks kind of suit-like. It's actually a like tight-fitted type of dress that I was thinking about. And then for Jade's, I have a picture also. Because I've actually checked in with Jade about this before.
I'm not muted.
Oh.
You're muted, dear.
I was about to say, darling,
Yeah.
you're muted.
As you're talking over the outfits and you're going over the designs with her, you see she smiles. I'm seeing a lot of sheer material. I'm seeing a lot of lace.
Yes, I do tend to go towards the more
I love that. I mean, with your figure, how could you not?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Of
Flattery will
course.
get you anywhere.
Lady Irina has wonderful taste, is all I'm saying.
Bella fully, actually laughs. She laughs into her hand. God damn it.
Oh, I swing
took me
all
so off
ways,
guard.
darling. Don't worry.
She
But
kind of
yes.
nods.
You have some very supple curves that are very much worth highlighting. And she starts going over the outfits with you.
I forgot that one, sorry.
Perfect. Yeah. And she goes, It's a little bit pricier, but that design looks like it would be very good paired, or it would be very good made in velvet. Are you opposed to velvet?
Oh, I would be fine with that.
Wonderful. Yeah. So the thing with your outfits, I adore them. It's a very simple color. Black is a very easy color to get because you can just put any mishmash of dyes together and eventually you get black. It's not a hard color to get. The difficulty comes from the materials because it's a lot of lace, it's a lot of silk, it's a lot of velvet. You are, of course, getting a discount from being an associate of the Burgo Mistress, but it's not necessarily going to be on the cheaper side.
That's all right. Don't
Okay,
worry.
wonderful. Just have to make sure is all. And she starts making a couple of little edits and like putting like she has swatches of like 15 different shades of black and is like looking over them with you. And eventually gets a selection of ones that she likes, gets some darker greens and puts those on the shoulder and looks at the little swatch and then looks at your face and then looks at the little swatch and then looks in the mirror and then looks back at you and she goes, "Oh, that's lovely," and takes the swatch and sets it down on the keep counter and then puts back the other swatches that she pulled out. And after everything is said and done, she goes, "You have very expensive taste," which, me too, girl, don't worry. I dress humbly for work, but outside of work, I mean, I own the shop. I can kind of make whatever I want, as long as I have the excess material.
Bella nods, kind of like she's genuinely happy while she's here, so she's smiling, because this is kind of her what's the word for it? Like a setting she's used to.
It's her element.
Yeah, her element. There we go.
Yeah. So she drums up a couple of the designs and goes, "So, with both of your discounts from being a non-resident and from being an associate with nobility, we're still looking at approximately, just like I told Shirsha, might be higher, might be lower, depending on the material or how much time I have to put into the piece, or if I have to remake a piece at any point, or if we redesign something together, you know, all that jargon. We're looking at around, for both of these outfits, one of which is expedited. We're looking at a total of around 200 gold pieces.
All right, sounds fair. She's
So I'll
gonna
just
give
take 100 up
for the first
front.
thing.
Wonderful. So I am very, very open to not pulling an all-nighter, but pulling a most of the nighter on the dress that you need for dinner tomorrow. Really quick, I'm gonna have you sit with me for another 10 minutes. I'm going to do a couple of sketches of different variants of the dress. Do you want to do the green dress for the dinner tomorrow? Or do you want, and she gives you a knowing look, or do you want one of the more accentuating dresses for the dinner?
She kind of looks them over, and as much as she would love to usually do one of the other ones, she knows that this also is with the Burgomaster, so she points at the green one and says, "Since we're going to the Burgomaster, I'll play safe tomorrow, so the green one."
Okay. Now I'm noticing on the design for this green dress, this little bit of sheer cloth over the bust. Do you want that piece of sheer cloth there? Or if I take it out and leave sort of the keyhole, do you want to go ahead and do that?
I would be fine with that.
Lovely. And she immediately draws up a couple of different design sketches. Belladonna picks her favorite of the like 5 or 6 different designs of the same dress with like little bits
Yeah.
of tweaks here and there. You pick your favorite of the bunch. Um, and she goes, "Perfect. I have everything I need to get started."
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming by the Red Glove. And if you need jewelry or accessories, I told this to Shirsha before you got in. There's a bit of a network between all the different estheticians here in town. I have some cobblers if you want some new shoes that I have contacts with. I have some jewelers.
I think I might need to get a little bit of help from Irina in the cost standpoint for that. But
Of course.
maybe tomorrow morning once I talk with her about it.
Absolutely. One question. And you see she pulls you over to look at the button on the blouse and goes, I have do you want a silver button or a gold button?
Oh, silver for me.
Silver. I thought so, but I don't want to make assumptions.
Yes, I'm more partial to silver, but gold is always going to look beautiful on Saoirse.
Of course. I mean, she's practically made of it. In fact, I think her horns actually are.
One of the perks of being one of our types of Vera, I suppose.
Of course, of course. All right. I will have your dress ready by hopefully the morning, but at most the early afternoon tomorrow.
Perfect. I'll make sure to bring my friends that you're making the other dress for along with me.
That would be lovely. We will see you again at the Red Glove very soon. And when you do go to the ball, please give a welcome, or please give a hello to me, or to my mother from me, if you're not.
Oh, of course.
She lives at the castle full time. We still pen each other, but it's very hard to see her.
Oh, yes, I quite understand. Don't worry, I will let her know.
Thank you very much. And you pay the advance, and both of you head out, and you have outfits being worked on by the tailor.
Yeah, now we get to have a conversation.
I
love that.
always love little moments where I get to be like, I get to flex my knowledge on how this subject works.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yes, my mom sews clothes, and I've like grown up around it my whole life, so I know how like all of the process works.
Oh, real.
But I love it. It's so fun. And I took a little bit of inspiration from the Phantom Thread as well, which is a movie I just adore.
Ooh.
Okay, so both of you head on out and make your way back to Tavern. And I believe there was a call for a group talk.
Yeah, Saoirse had something to tell Bella as we walked back, though, I think.
That's right. Take it away, Shirsha.
So as they're walking, Shirsha would say, I'm presuming Ismark is going to take Nyx to this dinner?
Yes, I would suppose so, since they were given +1s, and, well, I think anyone in our group who, isn't deft would probably have realized the chemistry between them and how much they both tend to talk to and confide in each other away from the rest of everyone.
No, she nods. Like, okay, so I will not ask her either. For brevity's sake, I am acting under the guise of your sister when it comes to Monkey.
Ah, right. That does make sense.
if that is okay with you. I can stop if it
No.
bothers.
Seisha, it's quite alright. It does make the most sense, and you're my friend. See no issues with you taking on that, personality, I guess would be the word for this. I truly don't mind.
She nods her head, and there's like a swish of her tail as like acknowledgement of like, okay. Hard part out of the question. Out of here. So Lefa, Monkey, and I decided while you ran out of the building, and Nyx immediately went upstairs, to take Monkey to a toy shop in town. Unfortunately, there was nothing that sparked joy for her, even though I told her she could have whatever she wants. But we'll just have to find another means. Maybe a pastry shop, actually. And then she thinks for a long moment. And goes, right. Pastries later for the teen. She met someone at the toy shop who is around her age, and I know the woman who is her mother, and she invited all three of us to have dinner so Monkey and her daughter Stella could hang out properly. And I have some catching up to do with said person. Or introductions to be, per se.
Lefa will be with you guys, right?
He was invited. Partially because he was there, and partially because he was giving a grand amount of joy to both of them. Monkey and the daughter Stella.
Noted. Yeah, I'm more than fine with it. As long as, Lefa is watching over her, if you end up leaving the room, of course, then yeah.
I will have a conversation with him to make sure that he keeps a careful eye on both of them. Because I am most likely going to be talked down and all about to at this dinner.
Talked down?
Dressed down, asked a lot of questions. Who are you? What are you like? How do you know this person who I'm sort of courting? I don't.
Bella's eyes kind of widen a little bit under the mask. And kind of like looks at Saoirse, and she's like, you know what? Not my place to question it, but just don't take shit from anyone.
I think she just gives you the most deadpan expression. And then be like, I will do my best not to let the anger come out, which I've done great in these past 50-odd years.
That's all one can ask for, but hopefully the dinner goes well. And I'm happy that Monkey has made a friend.
And I think she nods. There's clearly a look of like she was about to say something and then decides not to.
Can I roll a perception to see if I noticed?
Yeah.
What do I have to hit exactly?
Good question. Where is it, my poor? Yeah, higher than a 6.
She rolls a 1. Oh my god.
I rolled a nat 20.
Tell you what, that's higher than a 6.
She leaves. She fucking left. I get
Your Discord crashed again?
Crashing.
Damn, fucking hit her with the crit so hard it uninstalled
Damn.
Discord on her computer.
Even Discord said, man, that ruined you.
How could you? I should have rolled in that one for that.
Oh my god.
Well, that's the second crit this session.
Jesus.
And
Bella.
we need them after
True.
last session.
Oh my god, it's true.
They were both perception too. Let's get it.
Bella looks at Saoirse with like a look that says like, I saw you were gonna say something, go on.
I think she again like waves a hand, like it's not a big deal, but she goes with like, it's not polite to say that there is something peculiar about the child, but it's in a way of that was uncontrolled. It's something I'm going to offer help to the Lady Wachter about the situation.
She kind of mentally notes down the name Lady Wachter, just in case.
Yeah.
She kind of nods. All right. Well, if y'all need any help, I guess you definitely know where to find us tomorrow. But she kind of remembers something like as they're walking and they get closer to the tavern. She's like, you know, we really all need to get sending stones for each other.
Shusha nods her head, but like, Aoife can only do so much.
Yeah,
I could send her if I really needed you guys invisibly to get your attention. But
yeah. Whenever we're not busy, we should probably do that. And she's kind of like scratching kind of like at the edge of her horns as she's like thinking about it.
Alrighty. So, as the two of you are heading back, normally I would call for perception checks, but Belladonna rolling a nat 20 on
Hi.
her perception
always
notices
fail them.
something. Yeah, Saoirse always fails them. Belladonna, you notice something you aren't even looking for. You're walking next to Saoirse and you're heading back to the Blood on the Vine not Blood on the Vine, to the Blue Water Inn. You see the elven gentleman from the tavern who fell under the thrall of the sleep spell, which is bizarre,
Excuse me.
leave Blinsky's toy shop with tell you what, I'll put it this way. He has his own bag. As he's leaving the toy shop, he opens the bag and puts the Ismark doll in it, and then shuts the bag, and then starts heading back to the tavern.
Bella freezes for a moment seeing this, whispers to Saoirse, we need to get back now. And kind of in umbral, very quietly, like kind of whispers to Saoirse of what she saw as they're both kind of now rushing back. That way, like, Saoirse is aware of why they are rushing.
Yep, and you rush back to the tavern. And you beat the elven gentleman to the tavern, and you get in it before he does.
Has Ismark come down from the room yet?
He has not.
Okay, she kind of gives, like, Saoirse, like, a nod.
Mhm.
Runs up to where she knows Lefa and Ismark are, and doesn't even wait to, like, knock. She just opens the door and goes, we need to talk.
Nyx has her hand open, or hand up.
Yeah, I was gonna try to like stop Bella before she ran upstairs.
Yeah, sorry. If Nyx tried to stop her, she'd just be like, in a moment, and then she would rush upstairs.
Yep.
No.
No, you can't stop her. She's going to barrel past you. She is going to barrel past you. I'm
So,
saying that honestly.
do you
May I?
follow her up the stairs, knowing that she's not gonna stop for you?
Shirsha would have encouraged, like, come on, upstairs.
Yeah, she's gonna follow her, and
Okay,
she's
perfect.
angry.
Yeah, you call out to Bella.
She can
Bella,
fucking wait.
you call out to Bella. Bella darts past you, and you say "fuck it" and follow her up the stairs. And you just start pounding on the door to Ismark's
Oh no,
room.
I opened the fucking
Oh yeah,
door.
you just
I
fucking
literally-
open. Yeah,
I just opened the door and I was like, well, we need to have a conversation.
Leffa, are you in the room with your bunkmate right now?
I would say he would. Well, whenever you guys left, he was at the bar, but I think by the time you would have returned, he would likely, have nothing better to do, so he'd be kind of like whittling away a little curio inside his room.
The door swings open. Leffa is sitting like crisscrossed on the bed working on a curio. And as the door swings open and you go, we need to talk, you see Ismark wakes up from a nap and goes, what the fuck?
Bella just kind of like looks at him and just deadpan. Sorry about that. Anyways, everyone in here.
Oh, okay. Family meeting, I guess.
She looks at Ismark and is like, this concerns you. You're gonna want everyone to know.
What doesn't concern me now?
Sorry.
She says it loud enough, by the way, everyone in here, loud enough for Irina to fucking hear.
Yeah. Irina's just in the door next to them, so she pops in. She is changed back into her regular small clothes and is not in the suit.
Once everyone is in, she closes the door.
All right, Leffa, you're trying to say something?
So, how long have me and Ismark just been fucking vibing?
When you
vibing.
came
Ismark
into the room, Ismark was sleeping and has just been napping. You've been in here for, I'll say, like, you've been in here for around an hour, and Ismark has just been asleep the whole time.
Would you say that he came in about an hour after just, Nyx went away and just left?
Yeah, that's what
About 2 hours since. Okay.
give or take, yeah.
Fucking face Jade just made.
Leffa just generally says aloud, like allowing his thoughts to air. Love this realm. Nothing happens for 2 hours and suddenly hell. He puts away his curio into his bag and like sits up properly.
All right, so everyone is called to the room.
Yeah. Doors closed. Bella kind of looks at everyone. Remember that elven gentleman that we saw was staring at us and who also, against all factual possibility, passed out when Strahd came? And she's asking the group this, like she's asking if they genuinely remember this.
I tend to not pay that much attention to creepy people. Bars.
She knows Leffa, because Leffa was the one who saw him with her the first time. But they had also informed the group of this. So
yeah,
she's asking. So Ismark doesn't remember. Cool.
Ismark not necessarily doesn't remember, but like didn't bother paying attention to the guy because he's a creep and he doesn't care.
Yeah, she's checking with Saoirse, Monkey, Nyx, and Irina now, since Irina has answered. And yeah.
I mean the peculiar thing is that you said he passed out, or well, he was in the tavern when the Lord showed up and everything, right?
Yes, he knocked out with the rest of them. And that shouldn't be possible for elves. I get that it was Strahd's magic, but she looks at Ismark He just walked out of a toy store with a doll of you that had red roots.
Nyx looks at Ismark.
That
Leffa
thing.
looks at Nick.
I don't know what it means, but your root color, don't care. He
You
had
see-
it though, and your hair color red roots right now isn't there.
You see Ismark reaches into his bag of stuff, pulls out his crossbow, and knocks a bolt.
He has been on us since we got here.
And he's
Don't
gonna
know
fucking
why.
explain.
Remember, malicious unhappiness? We can't kill a person, nor can we kill anyone with our weapons that are marked. And she points to the mark on Ismark's crossbow.
Yeah. It's his crossbow. It's his crossbow and also all of his bolts.
Yeah.
All of his bolts were marked as well?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you have to
Is
mark
that-
the
is that
ammunition because
Damn.
you can't trace it if you don't like.
I suspected it would like magically trace back to the weapon.
Nope. Each of the
No, yeah.
individual bolts have a little tag on them.
That Leffa was literally about to say you could just stab a bitch with an arrow. Thank you for saying.
I know you got it. I think I might go back
sorry.
a bit. Yeah, it's okay.
But Leffa will step in a little bit and say someone does need to talk. He was one of the people who felt the three's presence whenever I tried to convey it just the other day. Just yesterday.
None of us know that you're the champion of the three, by the way. You have not told us this.
She
Good character.
knows.
Okay, you haven't told the rest of us. So
not my
Bella's
business.
gonna look at you confused. The hell are you talking about?
So
You
as a
see,
player-
Irina. Well, oh yeah, go ahead.
As a player, he didn't as a player I can say he did not fully realize he was saying that aloud.
So you see, Irina will chip in, and she'll say, "The ladies three. They are a trio of archfey sisters who Strahd stole the power from."
I remember about them. When did you become a champion for them, Leffa?
He smiles, kind of just saying, I never said I was a champ. Good inference, though, because you are correct. Inference, is that the right word?
No, that's not the word.
Okay.
It doesn't answer my question, though, darn.
He holds up the book.
He found that when we were at the general store in Belgrade.
Oh, sweet house below.
Called him. Colleen wanted it. We said no. Then I did some snooping on it. The book is fine. He's okay. And now the gem is associated. The gem that Colleen wanted is associated to the book, which he also has. You're welcome.
Thank you again.
Bella just kind of in her head is like, Jesus fucking Christ. Whoever that is.
So, you're muted.
You're muted.
I said, "Whoever that guy is, I don't know him."
Yeah.
Being concise, one thing at a time. As soon as we talk more about the doll, I will explain my side.
I'd like to know why there's a doll of Ismark to begin with.
I would also very much like to know why that's a thing.
Well, is there any reason? I mean, and she looks
I don't know
she
the
rem-
fucking guy. I don't know why
No,
there's
no,
a doll of me.
She's not asking him. She's asking because she remembers that Saoirse literally said she took Monkey and Leffa, they went to the toy store. This doll, would there any of Irina, of the Burgomaster back in Vallaki? Anyone else that we know?
So the entire time Leffa had been attempting to speak, opening his mouth, but the hecticness of the situation, the chaos, He felt it.
Bella gives him like an apologetic look.
He waves. He waves it away. Just no. I saw it earlier. I was meaning to tell our friend here, he says, looking over at Ismark. But I felt interrupting his slumber would not be a good idea. And I meant to tell all of you as well. I had already told Nyx. And Cherisha, I showed it to her. I pointed it out while we were there.
Yes, but the question, were there any other people that we know of?
Was there? I know that
We asked this
Nyx-
earlier in the session. Lefa, you were actively very conscious of the dolls and watching over all of them. You know for a fact there were no other dolls resembling anybody you knew, other than, like, the ventriloquist dummy of Strahd. But, like...
Yeah, other than the satire stuff.
Other than
Okay.
the satirical Strahd stuff, you did not see another doll that resembled a person you...
Thankfully, to my thankfulness, to my gratitude, there were none of us aside from Ismark. The only other one could have been of the devil himself.
She looks at Ismark, or looks, quote looks, like looks in his direction,
Yeah.
and just goes, "What have you not told us? Because there is no reason that he would have a doll of you unless there's something important about you. More than just a
Nyx
Boogermaster
is
son."
glaring at Ismark.
You see...
But like a knowing glare.
Yeah, Ismark takes a breath out and goes, All right. I'm the next reincarnation of Tatiana.
Out of character, would anyone have noticed Nyx openly fucking glaring at Ismark?
I don't think Nyx was hiding it.
No.
Bella's gonna look over at
However,
Nyx.
that glare has turned to a little bit of shock because Ismark said I, not we.
Can you give me an
Bella-
insight check, Nyx?
Gladly. Where the fuck is my insight? There it is.
He's intentionally not throwing you under the bus.
Right.
Bella, who noticed the fucking glare, looks over at Nyx. She worked in a cartel. She knows when two people know something together. Not fucking uncommon. Looks at Nyx. Nyx? Anything you want to share with the group while we're here?
Looks over at Ismark.
You see, he goes, up to you.
She kind of like stretches her neck a little bit and just goes, I am too.
Which is the thing that's never fucking happened before. There's never been two of us.
Sage, the thing I messaged you about this. Bella's gonna kind of slump against the door right now.
Both of the tieflings slumping against the door. It's just done.
Yeah, Bella, like, actually slumps against it, and the exhaustion has come back. And having talked with Sage about this, Bella actually gets dizzy from, like, being completely overwhelmed from the entire day.
So the fact that some creepy elf dude made a doll of him with noticeably Tatiana's hair, but didn't make one of me is rather concerning.
To be fair, I don't think anyone new. And she looks at Nyx. You did a remarkable job hiding it from the group. And there's a hint of... No, there's a hint of bitterness behind the tone because she thought that her and Nyx were starting to actually get closer, and she doesn't take secrets lightly. So she kind of leans against the door frame.
You see, Ismark is ready, is like wanting to chime in.
She leans against the door frame to try to like stand up more correctly and like holds her head.
We wanted to figure out what we were doing about it before we made knowledge.
Except now it's starting to become dangerous to stay quiet.
Only one of us can house the complete soul. And we have to figure out which one of it's going to be, or the soul is gonna decide by itself violently. We were trying to figure out who would shoulder the responsibility going forward. That's why we didn't say anything.
Bella still feels dizzy, so she's gonna look over at like Saoirse and Lefa, like, are you guys gonna say anything kind of like non-verbally?
I think Saoirse does give them the credit and goes, to be fair, we've only known each other for 6 days. So there's a lot that we don't know about each other and that we want to keep to ourselves for sake of individuality and to make sure that it's hard to trust people right now, especially where we are now.
Belladonna. Irina sits next to you. Takes your hand. And gets really close next to you. I also think it's maybe not entirely fair for you to judge them from kids.
I know.
So, how about this? I'd like to propose an exercise. Let's just get it all out there. We are a bunch of people who have been on a lot of adventures together. We are still virtually strangers. Let's cut that out of the... Everybody goes around and talks about themselves. In fact, you know what? Actually, everyone wait right here. I'll be back in a moment. And you see Irina heads out. You hear footsteps walking down the stairs. You hear a little bit of conversation downstairs. Irina comes back up with a bunch of empty cups, 2 bottles of wine, and 1 little bottle of non-alcoholic apple cider.
God bless Irina.
And puts the bottles of wine down, puts the cups down, gives the little bottle of cider to Monkey. And says, so here's how we're gonna do this. Everyone's gonna ask each other a question. And if you don't want to answer it, you drink.
Sounds fine to me.
Left chimes in. And what if you don't drink?
And then I'll get you an apple cider.
You know what? I'm feeling bold today. To me, it'll do. Let's try it.
Bella's gonna, if Monkey is okay with it, she's gonna have Monkey beside her on the left because Irina was on her right. She's gonna have Monkey beside her on the left.
So,
Oh my god.
I'm gonna wait for Nyx to come back, but the way that this is gonna work, all of you are sitting in a circle, and you're going to go around in the circle in, like, turn order, and ask each other a question. And you can either, if you are adhering to the rules of the game, which you don't necessarily have to, but if you are adhering to the rules of the game, when you are asked a question, you must either answer it honestly or take a swig of your drink, which represents a, like, that's not a question I'm comfortable answering, and I'm willing to get closer to inebriation in order to not have to say it.
Okay, so we answer. If we don't want to answer, we drink. Gotcha.
Yeah, so you either answer honestly or you refuse to answer and take a drink.
Noted.
And everybody goes around in a circle until the party decides the game is done or somebody is too wasted to continue.
Sounds like a riot. I'm in.
Now, I will say, Nyx is at a disadvantage because she's already been day drinking.
So is Ismark, by the way.
So has Ismark.
Oh.
To be fair, I'll be more inclined to tell the truth.
Can I change what I said about the meat thing? I actually really like the idea of a milkshake. I feel like it's more
Yeah.
left.
Do you want booze in it?
Dude, an
Oh,
alcoholic
he's a
drink.
fairy. It's sugar.
I've had that before. I've had like a
Look, I'm just saying.
milkshake with vanilla vodka in it, and it was so good.
Oh, you know what also pairs really, really well with, like, vanilla and just, like, that flavor profile? Bourbon.
You're so fucking right. God, I love bourbon.
Bourbon milkshakes hit different.
Bourbon milkshakes are fucking amazing. Especially if you have it with like a really fucking good burger and fries. Oh my god, it's
god.
We're getting off topic.
We're getting off topic. I
answer
can't
the
be this
question.
hungry.
If Irina asks, then I think he would just say, "Your call."
Okay. And she swings back downstairs really quick and gets you the milkshake.
She shouts down for Irina to get mead too, because wine is not her taste.
And mead. Alright. And all of these bottles of alcohol and Monkey's little bottle of non-alcoholic cider are put out in front of the party.
I fucking love this.
And Irina will go, I pitched the game, so I will start. She looks around and realizes how many interesting characters are in the space around her. And she goes, oh, I have a really easy one. Nyx.
I just coughed on my fucking soda.
What were you doing before you came to Barovia? She
Someone
doesn't
who's
know.
That's someone who's read Nyx's doc. Oh shit.
Okay. Wow.
So you can either answer the question or take a drink of the wine.
Bottoms up, bitches.
I mean, remember, the entire point of this is that we're supposed to get more honest with each other.
You're supposed to get more honest with each other.
Okay. Out of character. Realistically speaking, it might be not ideal for that answer to come out at the wrong time. So,
Better when we're all coming clean.
See, the thing that I love so much about the question is that overall it's a very innocent question, but it's loaded because I know your backstory.
So the backstory and that. Ugh.
Wait. Out of character question.
Out of character answer.
Can I have Aoife? Is there like a roof railing like outside the window? She's gonna be spying to make sure no one is overhearing or anything.
Sounds good.
Oh yeah. Bella is
so
fully
you know-
keeping an ear open for the door.
yeah, Volk is out. I'm like sitting on crisscrossed on the end of Ismark's bed, but Volk is like head on my lap, so I have like my emotional support dog.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Ophelia outside of our room, like kind of just underneath the gap of the door and the floor,
Gotcha.
watching to see if anyone walks by and if they like or like tries to eavesdrop, and if they do, she'll come slither up to Bella and let her know.
The
Yes.
animals are on watch duty right now.
So, hearing that question, she kind of tenses and her eyes widen just a little bit before she takes a deep breath, genuinely contemplates not answering and just drinking, but then she puts the glass down and says, I was an assassin.
I nod. Can I ask a follow-up question? In your personal opinion, were you doing it for a good reason?
No.
Be honest. Who is on Irina's left?
So is it a thing where we're going in a circle?
You're going in a circle. So we'll
Okay,
decide.
I thought it was like popcorning.
You know what? Actually, I like popcorning better. Okay, so Nyx gets to ask the next question to anybody she wants.
That'll also be better because we don't have to figure out our.
You don't have to figure out the
team
seating
comp inside
arrangement.
of a room. Yeah.
Real.
Just to your best ability, try to make sure everybody gets asked the question.
Okay. Let me think. Pardon. Well, she looks at Irina and is just like, I'm fairly certain I can guess what you did before you came here. So,
I've always been here.
whatever. I know what you did. I know what you do.
Yeah.
I know what you did that night of 82.
God damn it.
Sorry.
I'm thinking. She's going to look at Bella.
All right.
Now, since I met you, I noticed that you have quite the, arsenal. And yet, your personality is so drastically different than what I would expect from somebody with an arsenal like yours. So, what the hell did you do?
Internally, she kind of like speaks to herself. She's like, I really hope that, and she's going to say this in her head, but she says it as, I really hope my daughter doesn't look at me any differently. And this is the first time she's called Monkey her daughter, but it is in her head. She kind of sighs. I've been different since arriving here. I found I'm not who I need to be when I'm home. And when she says home, she's referring to, where she was before this. I was the cartel leader. Ran a group of unwanted people, assassins, drug traders, though with the drugs it was often to find less than satisfactory nobles and take them out. Fight rings, things like that. Where I'm from, it's either toughen up or become one of the many punching bags on the street, especially for one of my kind. And she gestures towards her horns. Riven Hollow and Grand Crest.
You feel
Not friendly places.
You feel Irina's hand tighten around yours as you're saying this.
Yeah. She just goes, Riven Hollow and Grand Crest, not friendly places. But that's what I did.
I have a DM question.
Yeah.
Now, I know that it was known that we were yoinked from, like, different time periods.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You were way in my past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You two are like easily like 10-ish years apart from each other.
Yeah, we're about...
Okay.
When you were yoinked from Grand Crest, I was a child.
So the answer to the question you haven't asked yet is that there is no possible way for either of you to know who each other is.
Well, yeah, I know. That's not what I was
Okay, gotcha.
going for.
Yeah, she was a child and in Riven Hollow, so...
Okay. Alright, okay. Wait, you may proceed. I'm gonna do a thing.
Okay, no worries.
She's done with her thing.
All right, so you
It's
get to
your
ask
turn
the next question, Bella.
Yeah. You could try
She's gonna
go ahead.
look at Ismark.
Mm-hmm.
Or in his direction. You said that you both have Tatiana's soul.
Mhm.
What does it mean when one of you fully get the other half? Do you, immediately become Strahd's partner? Do you choose?
So
Even if you want to be in that?
a lot of this is stuff that's up in the air because it's such a weird circumstance. But what we understand that whoever has all of Tatiana's soul inherits her destiny, and we officially become part of the cycle that she's gone through for centuries. So, in a way, whoever takes her soul forfeits some of their autonomy.
Bella kind of looks confused at Nyx but doesn't ask anything, but Nyx, can you roll a perception? Or like an insight. Actually, an insight.
At disadvantage, because you're
you have it at
exhausted.
disadvantage.
8.
You know what? I'm
Very
actually gonna say that 8 is probably because she's very open with the confusion on her face. I'd say it's enough. It's fine.
Sure.
I would have put it at a 10, but I feel like 8 is fine. Nyx can see the clear question on Bella's face, even though she's not asking it, which is, why would you want to be the other half when you're not from here? But she doesn't ask it, and she just looks away. Because to explain, Jade, you have to think about it. It would confuse anyone.
No, what?
She's just noticeably having irritation on her face.
It's a valid fucking question.
I'm not
You're
saying it's
from
not.
a place.
I'm just saying that's what's happening.
Yep.
Nyx
Oh,
has
absolutely.
irritation.
So, Ismark looks to Monkey and says, far and away, based on just how young you are one of the most impressive people I've ever met. How do you do the shit that you do? How is there a 14-year-old who wrecks house in every single fight she's ever been in?
Bella loudly snorts.
She's literally going, I train with the monks.
Oh, so you're part of a religious order.
Yes. Yeah,
Well-
I come from a temple.
Cool.
Bella just kind of lovingly, like, pats Monkey on the hair.
She giggles because she's like, I impressed somebody.
All right, Monkey, you get to ask a question to any of the party members. Anything Monkey wants to know about anybody that she's with.
She points to Leffa. I need to know your favorite sweets.
Bella, instead of just snorting, instead of just snorting, starts laughing loudly and like leans against Irina as she laughs.
Like, it's really obvious what she's trying to do.
I want to let you know that Shirsha was going to ask Monkey what her favorite sweet was. That was gonna be
my god.
so I find it funny. Oh my goodness.
My pet is blocked. I hate it here.
Leffa takes this question insanely seriously, like a little too serious. He like looks up, just really scanning the archives. Blueberry muffins.
Blueberry?
I love blueberry.
God, I love this child.
Oh my god. She's like cackling. She's like like she has an idea.
Contrary to me being fair-blooded, things that are too sweet can take away from the fun.
Can you repeat that?
Oh, was I quiet?
I think my brain zooted.
Real.
He just basically said things that are too sweet are just take away from the fun, contrary to him being a fair-blooded person.
Oh, okay. So she's just like, oh, okay, uh-huh. Like she's taking mental notes.
Oh my god, this is adorable.
Wonderful. That means Leffa, the floor is yours. You get to ask any question you want to any of the party members. So it could be, at this point, everybody's been asked a question, so you really can just pop.
Except for
Oh no,
Shirsha.
Shirsha hasn't been asked one.
I was about to
Yeah.
say.
He
Well,
would have
that's
likely asked Shirsha
well, that's
something, but I'm
perfect.
trying to figure out what he would ask.
I mean, if you want some ideas,
I have one thing.
go for it.
Shirsha, how did you come across the deity you follow?
Remind me again who is the. It's not a deity. It's a very powerful, like, hero for Gaul.
Caspian.
Caspian. Technically, where I grew up, my family was very doting on, to the point that I had to leave because they were so overwhelmingly positive, an array of sunshine. That's when I moved to Ceres. I found in like scriptures and just small documents that the church attempted to throw away because they wanted to preach caffeine and their beloved. When it comes to worship, you need to look at every single option that you have, and dictating a single deity who is not a deity, by the way, dictating a certain figure as your main religion and refusing any others is not a practical means of doing things. So I found a alternative, and I like to help people contrary to what I am. And medicine and divinity seems to work for myself.
His nuts.
She's a goddess of medicine. Very small, minor goddess.
Didn't you say that there was either another name? This is a DM question. Didn't you say that there was either another name for this this individual or a prior god? You're muted.
You're muted.
I keep forgetting. So, for the major pantheon, they have names from different regions. But usually minor gods are small enough that they don't pick up additional monikers.
Hmm.
So, like, major deities, like, for example, Monkey's deity, Seno. Seno is the regional name for the deity in Acria, but he's also known as Aeolus. He's also known as the Morning Lord. He's known as Father Daylight. But for minor gods, they typically don't have the reach to be afforded additional names.
Okay. I just distinctly remember you saying that of Lefa's time, he wouldn't know this individual by that name. He would likely have known them by a different name.
I might have forgotten information like that. I will look back through my notes and see if you are right. Because I'm not saying you might not be. I'm saying I don't recall it.
I mean, I'm willing to admit I might not be right. It's not pertinent to what he was if he was going to ask something or not, so it's fine.
Okay.
What it was Aura was not a person in your timeline. You are so far in the past that
That's what
it
it is. Aura is such a new god that Lefa has never known that deity, is what the thing was.
Okay.
So, like, Bella and Nyx could probably, because of how big Grandcrest was and the travel and everything, maybe have come across a follower of Aura at one point.
Given Bella's connections, it's not crazy.
But I don't think Lefa would know. Maybe the monastery, but they would only probably preach Aeolus or what have you.
I think I'm going to change his response then from a nod to just simply saying, I feel like someone of my home would have recognized that name. But I don't believe I've ever heard of it. I'm not a religious type, so take my words with what's the expression? He kind of gets like lost. No. I know the expression. I can't. You're muted, dear. I just know what you said.
Shut up.
No, he is like getting lost in thought.
It's Lefa getting lost. It's not. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I have a question, by the way, because I forgot to ask this. When Bella mentioned Grandcrest, Jade, did Nyx react at all to that?
Oh, yeah.
Did Bella notice, or was that something she would have had been looking for?
Depends if she was looking, but if it was... the reaction that was given was... You know what? Can you make a perception for me, my love?
Yes.
Make that perception.
impersonation.
I'm burning an inspiration for that, actually.
Oh, you curious? Okay.
Yes.
You curious.
Well, we're good.
Good old dirty
20. Yeah. I think you pick up on the sense. I think, Belladonna, there's a moment where you are picking up on a bunch of puzzle pieces that have been laid out since you met Nyx, but you never put the dots together until just now. In the tent with Madame Ava called her Nyx Nightingale, and this is never a crime family you ended up dealing with, because they controlled a different territory in the city. But the Nightingales are a different crime family in a different quarter of the city. That was never part of your territory. Wasn't your chunk of land, but they had a reputation.
Noted. Well, she now has a question for Nyx on the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Grandcrest is a big city. It was a fully different borough that they were dealing with. But it's just like, oh, that's what it is.
Oh.
Actually, Sage, I'm going to message you something while
Sure.
whoever is next asks
So-
their question.
So
yeah, Nyx's reaction
Sheersha,
was kind of almost like anxiety a little
so
bit.
we are going to wrap up shortly. We can do more rounds of this game in the next session, but Sheersha is going to get to ask a question before we decide whether or not we're continuing, because it's getting pretty late.
I was going to say we could probably do like one more round and then go to bed.
One more round? If everyone's down for it, yeah.
I'd be down.
Okay, so Sheersha, it is your question.
Awake as fuck.
Oh, to ask
I was about to say.
a question.
You can ask literally anyone in the room.
Oh, I know. I have a really cute question to ask, but I also have two very serious questions to ask. Stop it. I love you.
No.
Stop it. Oh, there she goes. Good. This is why you have to boop the nose. It heals her for like 10 minutes. I gotta boop you. Over here. No. You didn't say.
Your question, Sheersha.
Do I want to be mean? It's a very blunt question. It's a very blunt question that can just
Do it.
be a yes or no. She's gonna turn to her fellow tiefling.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Yep. And then I feel like for laughs, her glass is full, even though she can't drink it. And she'll just probably pour it into whoever's to her left or right of her when their glass is empty.
Mm-hmm.
But she would ask, genuinely, because you act like it so much.
Ow.
Why do you have the need to have a savior's complex?
Oh, Bella's fine with this. She's well aware she has one. She takes a moment to kind of think of like how to word this. Heavy topic to say for the answer, but... And she nods towards Saoirse. You know, kind isn't highly looked at in a lot of places. My family, in the town we lived in, we were the only Veer. And we were tormented from the very start. Until one day, a group of, let me just say, asshole-ish nobles decided that my family didn't have a right to leave the town And so my parents were taken from me and my brother. I learned at a very early age that if I need, or no, if I want to keep something safe, I have to take active measures to protect it. And I didn't fully understand what that even meant until my brother lost his horns years later from those same boys. I know it's not a good complex to have. Definitely not. But it's also kept everyone I've loved safe. And I don't love easily. So the more I can do to keep someone safe, I will do it. Even if it hurts me.
I think she nods, and then something that only you would understand because we literally just talked about it. She's like, "We are definitely getting sending stones."
Yeah, we probably should. Since Bella had to cover a topic that was very, very not something she wanted to remember, she's going to drink out of her mead cup regardless of having answered.
Like, regardless. Bella, it's your question. You can ask anybody. You can ask Leffa, Nyx, Monkey,
Oh, she looks at
Ismark, or
Nyx.
Irina. Looks at Nyx? You bet.
There it is. You reacted to me saying Grand Crest, and I'm just finally realizing the last name Nightingale. From what year did you come from the city I lived in? The year specifically, because when I lived there...
That is in our DMs. I did give you the year towards the start of the campaign. If you look up...
She doesn't know when Nyx
Oh, no, I'm saying so that Jade can find it in case she doesn't remember. If you look up PR in our DMs, you should find it.
Yeah. And Bella explains, because and she stops herself from saying a specific word. When I worked with the Duchess, all I ever heard of was, who I'm guessing, was your father.
Whole body tenses when he's mentioned. What was I searching, by the way?
Year.
Oh, never mind. You fucking got it for me.
Got it. Yeah, P.R, standing for post-ruin time.
Got you. Okay. So, quickly collects herself after the mention of him. To answer your question of what year I was, well, I guess technically what year I guess I'm currently living in. 1319. Post ruin time.
Bella kind of like, her movement stops, and even like her tail stops like doing its casual flick. Sage, would this have been enough for Bella to, having what I just messaged you, having had those connections and information? Would she remember you mentioned that missing poster of Nyx from our very first session? Would she have finally remembered who Nyx was? You're muted.
God damn it. You finally, again, you're like putting all the puzzle pieces together. You realize from the handful of times you were in the burrow the Nightingales controlled, which is the thing you don't do often, because the number one deal is you don't step into another, like, crime lord's territory.
Well, yeah, but it was as who she was known as, not as Belladonna.
Exactly.
I'm not going to say the
but
name.
like, when you were younger, you do remember seeing seeing missing person posters of a... Honestly, now you realize how uncanny it is. Nyx Nightingale at the exact age that you are seeing her right now.
Bella's gonna have
Not less than a week older.
Yeah, Bella's not gonna have a filter for this. She goes, "Holy shit, you're his missing daughter. You've been missing for years, Nyx. There's been posters of you everywhere in Grand Crest. I can't believe I didn't even recognize it until now."
And Nyx, as far as you're aware, you've only been gone a week. But you've apparently been gone for years.
Wait, you sent me my specific year, right?
Yep,
I believe.
if you look up post-ruin time, you should see it.
Yeah. Nyx, I come from 1326. I'm years ahead of you. You've been gone this whole time. And you don't look any different than the posters that I saw all those years. It doesn't even look like you've aged a day.
Literally from the second that she mentioned missing posters, Nyx is trembling.
Nyx, please take the appropriate amount of stress, whatever you think it is. Monstrous is a d6 plus 6. Or no, plus 4.
Not that you just called that.
I was gonna say, I think,
Not bad.
audibly, Shirsha, you do hear Shirsha just say, "Fuck, I was dead longer than that."
What was it? Plus 4?
Plus 4. So 6
So you
points.
took exactly 6.
I'm now at 16 out of 27.
You already have an affliction, though, don't you?
Yeah, she
So
does.
you don't gain
Yeah.
another, because they don't
Oh,
stack.
thank God.
But you are
Um,
at the threshold for what it would be.
Yeah, so yeah, she is noticeably trembling.
Yeah.
Frozen has his hand raised, and also you heard a remark from Shirsha a second ago, just of like, fuck, I've been dead longer than that?
Purple?
When it... What's everyone's passive? Passive perception. What's
My
everyone's
passive
PP like?
perception? My passive perception is 15.
13.
Non-existent right now.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Shirsha automatically
Which
fails because of her
monkeys?
affliction.
What's Monkey's passive perception?
Monkeys.
I lost it.
Oh. Hold on.
What's the perception?
I would look for you.
I lost it.
I would look for you, but Luna is sitting on my mouse.
I'm looking at my page. My active perception is my passive perception's 13.
Okay, I think. I don't know about the noble twins, but I think everyone barring Shirsha would very easily notice an absence of a sound. Just hearing the words post ruin.
Oh.
There has always been a very subtle hum around Lefa because of Reka.
And it's just silent now?
They are all contemplating just as well as he is. You can easily see it on his face.
By the way, for Bella, because this is very heavy information, and again, she was already overwhelmed from a lot of shit today. She's has another dizzy spell, and she is fully like leaning her back. Like she was sitting forward, she's leaning her back against the door because if she doesn't have a support, she will fall over. You're muted.
Please take the appropriate amount of stress, whatever it is.
That's fine.
However, after taking a moment and actually being able to gather the strength to speak, is there a name on the poster other than mine? Ergo, who is looking for me?
Given your reaction towards me mentioning him, I think you know.
The notices were put out by the Nightingale Estate.
I have to say, Nix, I worked close with the Duchess. He tried everything to get your notices out to wherever he could. I don't know your relationship with him, but he hasn't stopped. And he's probably only gotten more tenacious the more the years drag on. Your mystery is one that has confused Grandcrest entirely. You were gone. No things taken out of your room, no clothes, no money. To Grandcrest, you were a ghost. Can I message you something, Sage? Because I have a question about something.
You may.
Nix is going.
Specifically about Nix.
Yes.
Nix is going to lean forward a little bit and lock in eye contact with Belladonna. Let me put it to you this way. He has not spent this much time looking for me because he cares.
That is my question, Sage. Given the circumstances of how she disappeared.
Nope, exactly.
Okay. He looks right back at Nyx. Understandable. But more than just your father have been looking for you while he put out the posters. I mean it when I said your disappearance confused the entire city. Nyx, you're known as the ghost girl of Grandcrest. You're a tale that parents tell their children to be good, or you'll end up like the Nightingale girl. Gone without a trace.
I'm very proud.
Well, for very, complicated reasons. Even if we do end up somehow getting out of here. Barovia, I mean. Let me say it this way. I would rather be trapped in Barovia for the rest of my life than to ever go back there.
Hey, Nix.
Hmm?
Do you mean it?
Oh no.
Put a lot of energy into
You have to remember, if she means it, it means no Garrett also. Because Garrett is back in...
Do you mean it when you say it in that moment? Whether or not Nyx wants it to be, is it genuine?
Well, technically speaking, yes. Because she only means that she would rather spend the rest of her life stuck in Barovia than to go back to Grandcrest.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Well, that
would
answers that
mean-
question.
Because that would mean her father.
Yeah.
So you say that. You say it and you mean it. And a cold chill runs down your. And it's slow and sharp and focused down the length of your spine. It's almost like someone was dragging a nail down your back.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, she
Mhm.
noticeably shudders.
If it helps, since you won't be going back, if I ever do, I'll add him to the hit list. And she's mentioning that back like she's relating that back to what she literally just told you of how she ran a cartel.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
We've taken down worse. Next. Trust me.
I'm sure you think you have.
Just kind of shrugs. Well, that's even if I can get back. Or
So are we still doing
If we
the
get back.
questions game?
yeah, yes, I'm sorry, but
Kind of what's
Leonard-
happening here.
learning that someone is quite literally a ghost tale from your city, kind of jolting.
No, of course. I say it more in a sense of like, this feels like a profound revelation and could just be a good stopping point, but
I believe Nyx is able to ask a question now, so I
next,
say we keep
it's your
going.
go.
All right. My god, out of character. Who the fuck even?
Irina hasn't been asked a question.
You have the siblings, Shirsha, Monkey, and Leffa to ask.
Okay. Oh. Okay, yes. She's going sorry. She's going to
Hi, Luna.
at Leffa.
Oh, Luna.
I haven't exactly been well versed in your kind. But the ones
I was a little bit greater whenever you say that.
however, based on the fae that I have met, they're not exactly soft. Not exactly welcoming. So I'm curious as to why you are.
He like moves his chin to the other side, and to the side just a little bit. Very curious about your question. I'm gonna give you a little bit more. I do want to ask you, how bad a fae have you met? Not all of us are this stern.
Yeah, Bella has a look of confusion. She's like, how many fucking, like, what?
But as for me, I've been around beer for a long time in my life. In my own home for a fair bit longer, but he like sits and ponders for a moment. How do I explain? He is confused at time. Nevertheless, I've been around Veer for a long. I kind of know what. I kind of know what. Bleh, I kind of know what makes some of you tick, and it's made me a little bit more appreciative and welcome. It also doesn't help that I was a traitor. traitor as in TRADR. TRADER. It's fucking 4 a.m. Not betrayal.
Yeah, I thought you said traitor, and I was like, huh?
Yeah, I saw the look on your face and I was just like, oh, I'm gonna have to spell this shit.
But also, what a very appropriate moment for Leffa to be like, oh god, mortal words. No, I mean the other word. I mean that word.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Oh shit.
I think he would, instead of spelling it out, he would just say, merchant. Merchant.
Okay. I only ask because, like I said, I'm not very well versed in the Fae world, considering that a lot of my time was spent, doing jobs.
You've also met pretty shit Fae. That's a very blunt answer for him to say, I just realized.
Yeah, a very recent one comes to mind.
Yeah.
Don't remind me either.
I guess it was just kind of refreshing.
I think so. He has like a somewhat smug look on his face, just ever so slightly.
Yeah. Alright, now it's your turn to ask a question, Leffa.
Smug fucking Mothman.
You could ask Monkey. You could ask Yusha. You could ask Ismark or Irina.
Do I take the time to consider a more serious question, or do I ask a more silly question?
Whatever feels right for Leffa in the moment, I'd say.
You see, peeling behind a curtain a little bit, he doesn't need to know. He doesn't want to know anything in particular. He doesn't really care for secrets.
Yeah.
I think something that would be on his mind is he would look over to Ismark, just say, that thing you fired, if that's the right word, that's Colleen.
Oh my gosh, that's right. He has a rifle, not a crossbow. Please disregard every mention I've said of a crossbow in this episode. It's a gun.
You're fine. The bullets are marked the same way. It's fine.
He could have both. Porque no los dos.
That's fair.
Oh yeah, didn't you say he also had like a little hand?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, a crossbow in case he needs there to not be an echo.
Okay, so his bullets and his bolts are both marked. Noted.
Well, it's hard to mark a bullet.
Are the bullets not marked?
Well, they're little iron balls, so they kind of greatly deform themselves after they impact something.
Plus, it's also kind of useless to do so because you could just kind of shape, ball bearings.
Yeah, so all of his bolts are marked, but there's no real way to mark his bullets because they're like ball bearings. Like,
yeah, his gun is marked though, right? His rifle.
Yes.
Okay.
His rifle's marked. His musket balls aren't.
Leffa is genuinely, with a very straight face, asking Ismark, what is that thing?
Oh yeah, he doesn't know what guns are.
Yeah. He reaches under the bed and takes out Mad Mary, and says, it's a hunting rifle. I've modified it.
Rifle. He seems very confused.
It is a projectile weapon made of wood and metal that uses an explosive powder to fire off a projectile much faster than a bow or a crossbow can do it.
Interesting.
I'm raising my hand. Can I have Bella say something to Leffa, please?
Sure.
Bella looks at Lefa with just pure confusion, and her tail kind of flicks. She's still slumped and like leaned against the door, but she's still confused. She just kind of looks at him, and in Sylvan, just because, you know, Faye, she's used to speaking Sylvan to Faye. It's just a thing she's grown like a knack for, I guess. So kind of not realizing it, she speaks in Sylvan to him and goes, "Were guns not made from when you were before you were pulled here?" I know it's not my turn to ask a question, but it's the first time I've ever seen someone confused about, well, that. And she gestures towards the rifle.
That is a good question. I'll put it to you this way. It perplexed me and confused me greatly when you said post-ruin time. I never thought it would end.
Bella, her tail stops flicking, and she looks at him, and I'm pretty sure almost everyone here understands Sylvan, so they would have understood that. And just very serious voice. Lefa, what time period did you come from? Like, she has a feeling, but she's gonna ask regardless.
He just immediately looks up. Can never remember years.
Before post-ruin?
Yeah. It was still... One thing I remember all of you saying, all of you saying, was that it was ruin times. That's how they figured it. That's how they determined it. Something's really coming to mind of like 500 something.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna look at what Sarah just said. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, effectively.
Bella, unfiltered, just in Sylvan goes, "Fuck, you're old."
It's not fine.
She kind of like, she's like, I don't mean it that way. But to be fair, from the time I was pulled from Lefa, you're older than the rocks that we had back in the city. And that's saying something.
Which is probably why you don't know who Aura is, either.
You fear in your time.
Oh.
I don't think it's just fear, and she kind of gestures towards Monkey and Nyx.
Oh, so I will clarify, I think, because I think there's a confusion. Veer is just the term for like mortal beings. So like humanoids. Tieflings are still tieflings. Veer are like elves and dwarves and humans and tieflings and gnomes and all that fun stuff.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Retracting my last statement then, because that confused the shit out of me.
You know, he was saying like you know,
mortals,
fair folk.
It's like, oh, you mortals and your obsession with time.
She kind of shrugs. Oh, keeps it handy for us.
I would say that most of you, maybe not Monkey. Monkey, you said that your passive was 13, right?
Yeah.
Passive insight? No, passive perception, sorry.
Yeah.
I think you'd be able to still tell he's a little confused. Like, in the sense of that much time has passed. Even if time is weird for him, that much time has passed is bizarre.
Noted.
You are coming slowly to the realization, Lefa, that you are incredibly displaced from the time that you came from relative to everybody else here. Because I think this is a thing we talked about. And I think Leffa's just putting this together as well. Leffa, Barovia disappeared recently for you. Like, from your time, you never visited here, but you remember this cut of land on the continent of Valstris that just fucking disappeared one day.
Probably.
I don't think he would say anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
But upon realizing it, I think he would it would click in his head as he was about to say. Now back to my question about the gun. He would say, just back to my.
Well, it just kind of nods. Sorry for cutting off the conversation. I was just confused.
No worries. I think it's very important information we just learned.
The fact that I am very out of place here. In more ways than, he says with a massive smile.
You see, Ismark just looks at you and goes, "You cheeky motherfucker." All right. I've already asked something. I don't have to ask anything about sister because I know all I need to know about her at this point, and anything else is unnecessary. And you see, she rolls her eyes and goes, "You dick." So he turns and goes, "I guess that leaves me with Jirsha. I don't know that you've ever really talked about it. We know that you are some kind of vampire. And obviously, we know from how vampires work that you can't have always been one. So, how'd it go down?" Are you drinking or talking?
He can't drink it.
I would say that Bella reminds her that she has she has the blood thing in
I drank it all before we came into Velaki. I made sure to do that. I made sure to put
Jesus Christ.
I made sure to drink the blood while Aragal wasn't looking before we went ice skating. And I made sure to put the flesh book also in the carp.
Bella,
I gave you the flask back.
Somebody can offer their wrist, though.
I was about to fight into someone's wrist.
Well, no, I was gonna say Bella can say, like, "Do I need to, like, prick my finger into the flask for you?"
Based on what you learned about
the wine.
Jirsha, based on what you learned about, like, the pork's blood in the the ganache that Leffa made for you, if there is enough blood content in food, you can eat it. So theoretically, if there's enough blood in the wine, you can drink it.
I think she's not a person who would accept help. So I think everyone just noticed
flask a few times.
Yeah. I feel like you could noticeably see her tail just doing like the really loud cat annoyed thump as she's contemplating, but it's just the silence is filled with her tail just going up and it's slamming on the wood as like she's thinking.
She knows as like a tiefling like what's going on, and she's just waiting patiently.
If I'm there, I think Leffa would kind of perk up a little bit at the question and really focus in on the answer. He's very curious.
Well, I could go down and ask the barmaid lady if they have any blood left from the meats that they've been cooking.
She just lets out an annoyed hiss and then goes, "No, I'm fine." The question was, how did I become this, right? well. You show kindness to a stranger who gets turned away from everyone in the village, from the church, who is not in the best form of shape. You help her out. You continuously meet each other. You fall in love. And then she asks you the question, would you stay with me forever? And then it happens. And then I wake up in the dirt, apparently 2 weeks later, with her nowhere near us, and me fending for my life for 15 years, and then getting stabbed in the back by the church. And then waking up and meeting you guys again. So that's all that happened.
Sorry for asking. God.
Yeah, now you know why when your sister, no offense, very strong, very lovely person. The fact that you almost obliterated Doru right in front of me was the reason why I did not shoot him and ran away. You're fucking terrifying to me.
Yeah, I'm kind of picking up on that now.
Bella just kind of looks at Saoirse and just, like, normal face, just... When you said a person you were courting, is that who you're going to dinner with tomorrow? Or the person who knows who you're courting? Sorry. 'Cause she doesn't know if the person she's courted has, like, changed in the past few years, so she's trying to get clarification.
We are speaking... Right, honesty. She currently resides in the establishment, to the place that we are going to. This is why, and she'll turn towards Leffa, this is why she was making those remarks. Lady Walker was making those remarks in the toy shop.
Wait.
I wondered that.
You see, Irina interrupts and goes, wait. I just want to make sure I'm following the story. The person who sired you is now bedfellows with Lady Fiona Wachter.
Probably, I don't ask.
Bella looks at Irina. Why is that an issue?
It's not necessarily an issue. Fiona is... She is the head of the Department of Treasury here in Vallaki. She is a gifted accountant, has always had a knack for numbers, is practically a genius in mathematics. And on top of that, is a very thoughtful, patient, and intelligent individual. For a while now, she has been trying to make a power grab for the position of burgomaster here in Vallaki.
Bella snorts into her cup as she takes a drink. Oh, good luck for that now.
She has a group of nobles who are in her personal circle of attachments, and she practically single-handedly controls all of Vallaki's market.
Bella notes this down to tell Valentina later.
So
Curious.
she's not a malicious person from what I've heard and from the talks I've had with her, but she is incredibly intelligent and is very, very patient.
Leffa will kind of step in and just say, curious. I wonder if she would be willing to help us learn information about that doll maker.
Well, I mean, you have a dinner with her tomorrow.
To be honest, it's I guess Leffa's just our +1 or something like that. I don't know. But Monkey is hanging out with the daughter, Stella.
Oh.
Mhm.
Oh, Stella. Stella.
What?
Speaking of,
Wait.
I don't think anything ever came of it because of Stella's recent condition. She was supposed to marry Vargas's son, Victor. That there was an arranged marriage between the Wachters and the Vlakoviches. But it dissolved because Stella suddenly became mentally unwell and hasn't been able to perform the duties of a spouse.
Bella looks over at Saoirse. When you said offer help towards the daughter, did you mean... And she like points back and forth to basically like Saoirse and Irina, as in like what Irina just said.
I think Saoirse would nod her head and be like, that's a conversation I will it really depends. I am now the information that I am talking to a very powerful woman, and clearly Deirdre has things for very powerful and smart people. Conversation I'll have with her probably tomorrow too. But yes, with Leffa being there, I will probably try to offer assistance, and if he wants to help, then you may. She seems to really like you.
a smile creeps on his face.
But
She
there's
has a
nothing. Yeah.
Bella's gonna get another dizzy spell. Not stress, just again, like not stress, but just overwhelmed with information.
There's so much new information being unearthed over the course of this game that it's becoming a lot.
She kind of is just internally waiting for this round to be done, and then she's gonna take her leave. And I'm gonna message you.
Leffa
Sounds
would
good.
speak up about Stella a little bit. I was very confused on how to feel about the girl. She seemed much older.
It's
Much
also
older than her. Sorry.
I'm gonna say it's also worth noting Leffa, because Irina hasn't said this, and you think it's just because she doesn't realize this. You know, it is most certain, like it is most likely that Stella got reformed at the center.
Yeah. What's interesting to me, if we're being honest, I know it's not my turn, and I wasn't asked this, and I will be very brief with that in mind. There is a archfey that I specifically take after. Busy. She is of my ilk, my actual ilk. Moth. We wish for, we like childlike wonder. We enjoy that. He looks over at Monkey. That's why I find myself fond of you. But something was bizarre about Stella. She was too old for it. I didn't know if I should be happy that this wonder was still there, or if I should be concerned as someone obviously did something. And I fear for what may have happened. My curiosities go to that Reformation, I think that's the word, center. Something about it. I do want to note, because my voice is slightly becoming a little bit more lethargic. Whenever he said, like, whenever he targeted you, Monkey, with his statement, he tried to say it in as kind of a voice as he could. I just couldn't replicate it. You're muted.
I just said yeah.
She went, yeah, boy.
I did not. Alright, so Shirsha, it is your question.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna ignore the fact that I'm gonna go see my sire tomorrow. Yep. Don't worry about that. Leffa, I will kill you if you say anything wrong.
No. I feel like
Yeah.
Shirsha would say this before she directs it to a very soft topic, but she would turn to Leffa and be like, I will probably tell you this again tomorrow, but please be on your best behavior and do not make a remark towards her when you see her.
As a player, I'm actually curious. Who's her?
I think if you give like the blank, like, the little moth ulu face, like there's no thoughts.
That's always gonna happen.
Yep. Shirsha would just sigh and be like, Shirsha, I'm Shirsha, sorry, Deirdre. There's a woman named Deirdre who might show up for dinner, and she's the person who did this. And if you say anything snide or remotely rude, I will probably deck you in the face.
A very small and insanely fast memory of being fucking clocked by Monkey comes through his head.
Yeah. Like, and then she'll make a knowing look, like, I've watched her. Like, looking down at Monkey, like, I've seen how she throws. I can mimic that.
Leffa. Vampires are strong. Vampires are quite strong. It's one of their supernatural benefits to walking among death. And you do think Shirsha's hit will hurt? It won't hurt as much as Monkey's.
I don't know. If I go really fast, it might go that far.
Fair.
Yeah.
Just a really fast running start.
Oh, remember, I now run 180 feet per 6 seconds.
I think he'd just generally nod. I do apologize if anything I say comes out of turn.
No.
Out of turn?
Out of pocket. That's a term. That's the beer terminology.
No, that was me actually forgetting how to say it. If anything I say comes out of pocket, understand it is clear that our times are different. I will try my best.
Mm-hmm. I think she makes a very strong remark going, just know, I can't stop it. And then she'll turn to Monkey and then be like, you kind of beat me to the punch by asking this out of Leffa. But what is your favorite pastry? You can't say blueberry muffin. Okay.
Damn it. Okay, fine. I understand. I would have to say Mandarin crepes.
That's a good one.
Keep him with the orange theme, see? Haha.
I love it.
Sorry to take up so much, but I'm just gonna say Leffa takes a small drink of his milkshake. My guy's getting fucking hungry.
Yeah, I feel like Bella's just taking small tentative sips to keep herself from getting stressed.
Oh, Nyx is gulping.
I was gonna say,
Like, regardless of if I answer or not, I'm chugging.
Yeah.
I will say last thing for Shirsha before Monkey answers the question. Lefa, you do get a message sent to you. I'm sorry that you hear your voice. What? Your best friend's voice, your worst enemy's voice, and then the souls of the damned.
I have a very specific thing.
I'm sorry, but this is the message. Shirsha just says we are buying blueberry muffins, and crepes tomorrow before we go to dinner. For Monkey. But you also hear that in your best friend's voice and also your worst enemy's voice.
I love how he hears the most sweet message in the most intense and horrific voices.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
Thank you, Dark Power Gifts.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not going to be my best friend and my worst enemy. It's going to be enough to make me take stress.
Yep. This is the problem, is that
You need to
anytime...
respond to this message.
6 points of stress to Lefa.
18. 18 out of
what?
39.
18 out of 39. Okay, so you
Really
are
fucked him up.
you are 2 points away from gaining an affliction.
Hey, Lefa, you wanna, when the time comes when Bella goes downstairs, you wanna come with? Because I'm gonna do something to relieve stress.
Oh, his hand's started reaching for the thurible.
Real.
It just came to mind that actually relieves stress.
Yes, it does.
Is he just gonna do it right now while we're
No, he's just holding it out of like comfort, most likely. But also, he has no response. He does not respond to what Shirsha said.
So
honestly, I don't even know if he registered what the fuck was said.
So Monkey.
Monkey.
You can ask anybody, but technically the only person who hasn't been asked a question yet is Irina.
Oh yeah, your second mom because I'm dating her.
Mom to Electric Boogaloo.
So I'm gonna ask her, Irina. I'm gonna be like, what is the most badass thing you can think of that you've done?
You see Irina loves this question. You see her posture immediately gets a little bit more upright. And she goes, okay. This is gonna sound like a lot, but I promise I have the scars to prove it. I wrestled a werewolf.
Oh, Monkey's like, obviously so intrigued. Tell me more.
So, the last time I was staying here at Vallaki, I was a lot younger. It was maybe just about to be 20 years old. But I already started training as a paladin back then. And near Vallaki, up in the Svalich Woods, northwest of us, there is a cave full of werewolves. And one of them, who was a younger girl who was about my age, who was a werewolf named Zulekia, found me while I was foraging in the woods and thought that I was a hunter. So she jumped at me first to get the advantage so that I couldn't attack her. It was all just a misunderstanding. But imagine I'm sitting here, I'm elbow deep in a bush, trying to get a rabbit that had crawled under the bush, and I hear the thumping of footsteps behind me, and it starts with 2 feet, and then it becomes 4, and they get faster and faster, and I hear the footsteps stop suddenly because she jumped in the air and was sailing towards me, and last minute I roll out of the way and she slams snout first into the tree next to me.
My god, this is the cutest fucking thing.
What happened next? What happened next?
So she gets up and she's dazed and she busted her nose and you can see there was a little bit of blood caking her muzzle. And I'm trying to explain, hey, I'm not a hunter. And she's having none of it. So she leaps again and she catches me on the shoulder. Luckily, werewolves can't turn you into a werewolf unless they bite you. So she scratches my shoulder and I grab her arm and I throw her over me and she lands on her back on a rock and I can almost hear the crunch. But werewolves are a little bit like vampires in the way that they just can, over time, recover their wounds. So I see her back is gnarly and it's split in kind of the middle. And she stands up and it just pops back into place. And she leaps at me again and we go back and forth. Eventually, I'm able to get her pinned under me. And I finally get her to listen that I'm not a hunter. And she shifts back into her human form. And then the story gets a little bit boring after because we just end up talking in the woods for a little bit. And I find out she's the daughter of the alpha in the werewolf's den. Irina doesn't say that they kissed, but
They're like, it's the adults kind of get the hint.
Yeah, the adults kind of get the hint. They talked in the woods.
Everyone but Leffa gets it.
Okay, first, Bella watching the two people she cares for so deeply interact so purely, it's gonna like ease her worries and she's going to feel calmer. And then she mentions the talking.
The talking in the woods.
And Bella gives like Irina a raised eyebrow with like a knowing smile. She's like, yes, I know how informative talks with you can be.
She nods and goes, of course, of course. Granted, I was a little less eloquent because I was only 19, but...
Well, you also did wrestle a werewolf.
That's fair. And you know what? I'm pretty sure...
Hi, Basti. Sorry, Colby's peeking in.
I'm pretty sure Zulekia still lives in the werewolf's den. So if you've ever wanted to meet a werewolf, I know one who's friendly.
My Discord crashed. All I could hear was, so if you ever want to meet, and then everything froze.
A werewolf.
If you ever want to meet a werewolf.
I feel like with this conversation that is happening, I forgot about the whole crux of this conversation. Like why we came into the room. And then the fact that Mr. Elven Man is...
Yeah, he still has the doll.
Right. And he's in the tavern currently downstairs.
Yeah, by the way, has the snake picked up on anyone eavesdropping at all?
No. But I would like everybody in the room to make me a perception.
Can I make one?
Good duck.
Unfortunately, Shirsha, you do automatically fail.
I rolled a 23. We're good.
Is it
shit?
Could
oh my god.
As hell.
What's with all the crits of perception?
Aoife can make one. Wait,
Aoife's outside.
Aoife's outside. Aoife can't make one.
Okay.
But Volk can make one.
Jay, darling. Volk can make a perception roll.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Where's my mouse?
I felt that.
That's not the right thing. Where would it be? Oh, God.
If he doesn't have a perception on his stat sheet, then you just roll wisdom with advantage.
Yeah, he does have. Wait, does this have to do with hearing or smell? Because he'll have advantage if it does.
Yes,
Yep,
yes,
it
it would.
does. Specifically in this case, for specifically him, he's relying on smell.
Smell. Okay.
Okay, a 13.
That's not
13
great.
doesn't do
but,
it.
like,
It's better than nothing that Shusha gets.
real.
So, Belladonna and Monkey,
Hi. Yeah.
both of you notice towards the tail end of this game and the conversation, the way that invisibility works in my setting is it doesn't turn you completely invisible. Do you know, like, in the Halo games, active camouflage, how when you're standing still, you're see-through, but the faintest movement
corner of the room.
change. Not so.
Wait, hold on.
So. Okay.
Does Ophelia have blind sight because of a snake?
That's a good fucking
Don't
question.
believe you. So.
Okay.
I don't know if Ophelia does.
Okay.
Wait,
because if
does
she
Ophelia have
does,
what?
blind sight.
Blind sight.
What is blind sight?
Like the ability to like detect, like the ability to see without seeing, like Daredevil. The ability to like sense like vibrations of things in the room.
Snakes do. That's why I ask.
She's a flying snake. I don't know if she does. It
Let me
doesn't.
check.
We never really. I just kind of hold on.
She has flying snake stats. She has 10 feet of blind sight, and she's posted by the door, so it's outside of her range.
Okay.
Okay. Of course, I didn't know most snakes had blind sight. That's cool.
Can I say, by the way, that by now Bella would have called Ophelia like back to her arm, like around now that she's seeing something?
Yeah, once you call Ophelia back, you see Ophelia flicks her tongue out up in the top right corner of the room near the window. There is something under the invisibility spell. It's small. It's smaller than a person. The only reason you're able to see it is because it moves slightly, and the way that the light around it refracts makes it so that there's just this weird, like, for the briefest second, the texture of the wall in the corner warps and then returns to normal.
What does it look like? Like the outline?
The outline is of a small humanoid with curled little clawed fingers and hooved feet and two horns that spiral out of its forehead and go back, and long, thin ears.
Isn't it?
Can Bella do something, please?
Sure.
Am I... The roof isn't super tall, or like the ceiling isn't super tall, I'm guessing.
Nope.
Am I able to grab this figure at all?
You will...
No, I'm asking,
yes,
can I?
You can attempt. I'm gonna say you will have disadvantage on the check because you can only see the outline of its body for a split second as the invisibility readjusts to its new position.
But I saw where it was.
You saw
correct?
where it was. So you're grabbing, you know about where it is, but you're still kind of grabbing blindly. But you have a window to reach out and grab it. Absolutely. Give me athletics or acrobatics. Your choice.
Hey, can I?
I'm burning inspiration.
Okay. What was that?
Can I mention something that's a little meta?
Am I locked?
Sure.
Hold on. I'm gonna reload my thing. Oh, my hardware acceleration isn't on. That's an issue.
Okay. Meta thing, Lefa.
Do you have fairy fire?
Me?
You could cast fairy fire if you have it.
I say this because I just looked in my spells. I don't have that shit. Got rid of it whenever we leveled up.
Wait, hold on, sorry. My page is reloading and it's like stuck on a it's just stuck. I'm at a frozen screen right now.
Okay.
Not meaning to pun with
So
your name.
I will tell you.
You're good.
I will tell you. You do not have to re-roll your acrobatics check.
What?
You do not have to re-roll your acrobatics check. You can take your inspiration back.
Oh.
Because the imp rolled a natural 1 on its acrobatics check to escape your grasp.
I have a thing I'm going to do specifically when I grab it.
Yeah.
She's going to grab it, and at the same time she's grab it with her other hand twist, she's going to slam it in the middle of the circle of everyone and hold her dagger, Mamba's ivory, directly to his throat and go...
When you slam the creature into the floor, it loses concentration on invisibility, becomes visible to everyone in the room, and you all see a spindly little thin imp in like a butler's outfit, like a little suit.
Noted. She has the dagger to its throat and just goes, "Spine isn't very nice, is it?"
You have the dagger up to the imp's throat. It's pinned against the floor, and it just goes, "Uncle, uncle, uncle."
What?
I surrender, uncle.
If you think that's gonna make me take the dagger away from your throat, you have another thing coming. It doesn't mean... Sorry. It doesn't mean I'm killing you, but it means you better fess up to why the hell you were spying on our group.
Mrs. told me to.
And who is Mrs.?
My master.
That doesn't answer the question, darling.
What is that?
Name now.
Don't make me.
Bella tilts her head. Wow, I may be just a bitch. Nixie's a little bit psychotic.
Give me an intimidation check with advantage.
Oh, can I give a Can I add something? It does nothing mechanically because you already gave advantage. Ahem.
Yeah.
The temptation to activate my frightful presence was so strong.
No, Bella has fully, like, she was calm around you guys. She was relaxed. I'd say the only person who's seen her like this before is Saoirse and Nyx. You guys both realize that she's acting exactly how she was the first time she ever met you guys.
On a 22 intimidation, the little imp goes, "Fiona!"
Really?
Bella looks over to Saoirse.
I think Saoirse just looks down at the imp and be like, "So how much did you tell her?"
Well, I haven't told her anything yet.
And she hasn't looked through your eyes?
No, you're too far away.
Oh.
Why does she want to know about us?
And she doesn't want to know about all of you. She just wants to know about her. And he points to Saoirse.
She just nods her head, like, no, fair. To be honest, I was thinking about doing the no, because when you guys were going to your dinner, I was going to have Aoife tail you invisibly.
Aoife tailing would have been fine. He now knows things about us no one else in this room is supposed to know. And Fiona should not know.
And this is why we have to actually make sure we're alone.
No,
that's on us.
No, but I'm pact bound. I can only spill stuff about that one.
May I ask a question?
Wow.
Me as a player.
Yeah.
Now I want to crush you.
This is both to you, DM, and you, Abby, as someone who has the most experience with Fae. Deals with Fae have to be obliged, right?
Yeah.
Most cases, yeah. Yeah. So if he's pact bound to only spill about he is a demon, but it's still the law. It's law of word.
Yeah, he's a devil. He's not a fairy, but like the same rules apply. Is like,
can I see if he's lying?
Give me an insight check.
I have an idea for if we need it. We need to make sure he does not say a damn thing.
Is a 16 okay?
He's telling the truth.
Okay.
He was told by bounds of his contract as a familiar to get information on this person, so he can only share information about that person.
Okay, so all he knows is that I've been dead longer than I thought, how I died, and
That out of
Aura.
character that Deidre wasn't there for you when you woke up.
That's pretty much, like, Shirsha's not that bothered because from what Fiona told her, Deirdre's been talking about her a lot. So this is going to be a conversation that she felt like she was already going to have with her tomorrow.
She just kind of mutters in Sylvan to Saoirse, Leffa, and Monkey. It's just like, I know Monkey gets along with Stella, but I'm becoming less ecstatic about tomorrow's playdate.
Hey.
Sorry.
Monkey darling, look at the situation. I don't mean it in a bad way.
I'm sorry. If you didn't see me, this would all be okay.
If we didn't see you.
There would be even bigger problems.
Wait, why?
Bella kind of gestures towards the dagger. What do you think the answer to that is?
But I ruined everything by being spotted.
She's just kind of like taking a deep breath so she doesn't lose her fucking shit.
For you, maybe, but maybe made things a little bit better for us.
By the way, she had like a heel pressed down on him to keep him down torso-wise.
Tiny little imp body flailing as he's pinned under Belladonna's foot.
So she motions towards Leffa to like, if he makes a motion to like try to scurry away or escape, to do something, and the same thing to Nyx, both to Leffa and Nyx. But she takes her foot off of him, and in specifically Umbral goes, and she's like muttering to herself, so I guess it's to the people closest to her, which I think would be
If you're in the
Saoirse?
center from them.
Well, she's center, but remember it was above us on the ceiling a little bit towards, I think she said where I was facing towards the right, I think,
Yeah,
on the
but you
ceiling?
pulled him into the center.
True. Okay, then I guess whoever just understands Umbral. She's muttering to herself, but it's not as quiet as it usually would be, and she just mutters, "Need to wash my damn heels."
You see the little.
You're muted. One, you're muted. I'm gonna say that you just visibly just see Shusha roll her eyes. Like, okay.
She's annoyed.
Yeah.
She doesn't like being spied on.
The imp under your foot looks dejected when you're like, I gotta clean my heel, and he's like, oh.
She looks at him and just goes, "If someone was spying on you, would you exactly be happy that they were in the room?"
Don't ask an imp that question. No, you don't answer it. We know what your answer is.
But
Don't. Just
Just
please.
don't.
Are you gonna leave a bad review?
Just, oh my, little guy, little fella.
My
Whatever your
name's
name is.
Majesto.
Thank you, Majesto. Just when you go back, we're not killing him, because that would be really bad for me, Leva, and Monkey tomorrow. Don't. When you go back, tell Fiona that if she wants to know about me, she can contact me. Okay?
Okay.
I know this is fun for you, but I will let you know that my cat eats little imps like you, so be careful. I feel like you just see Aoife's face pressed against the window outside.
But I'm bigger
Howling.
than a cat. How would that work?
You don't. She can also really charm you if she bites you really good, so you don't want to be under this cat's paw.
Bella also gestures towards Volk. Also, that wolf here, He likes snacks.
Now that wolf could
Volk
eat
was
me whole.
growling. Volk was growling.
Oh yeah, I feel like Volk is licking his lips.
I feel like she just kind of just looks at him like, you know how she can cast spells through you? Eva can cast spells too, so just be careful.
Okay.
You don't want to be inflict wounds to death.
No, I wouldn't melt. That wouldn't feel good.
Yeah. And you would make your master very sad, so don't do that.
No, I can't get another mark on my record.
Bella just kind of sighs, annoyed, goes over to the window, opens it, get out.
Just get.
She's so fucking done.
All right.
Do we need to invisible you before you leave, or can you do that yourself?
No, I can do it again. And he turns invisible.
Do we just watch his little like outline waddle out from the fucking window?
You see. Yes, but like it's sudden movement, so like he slowly moves out towards the window and you can't really see his outline, but then you see one of his horns bump the windowsill and his entire body jolts, and then it's this weird like bundle of refracted light. And then he goes, "Oh shit, sorry." And then he ducks properly under the window and flies out.
Bella closes the window, locks it, like make sure it's locked, and just looks at everyone.
By the
else.
way,
what?
I rolled my original stealth check for him when all of you were first reconvening in the room, because you had to keep the door open for a while for everybody to filter in, and he just flew in after Shearsha.
Oh my god. Noted. Yeah, Bella closes and locks the window, and just sighs. I think that ends the question game for tonight. I think I'm gonna head downstairs. She pauses before she does, looks at Ismark, looks at the group. We need to take care of that elf man with your doll. And gestures towards Ismark.
You see he nods and goes, "Yeah, that's something that should be addressed." But for now, seeing as how it's very late, I know, Bella, you head downstairs and you start playing music in the tavern area of the inn.
Yeah, she's going to be playing the piano that she sees down there because she forgot to grab her fucking violin.
Ismark comes down to confront.
Should not be doing that right now.
Okay, fine. He'll stay up and sleep off the drink that he's been indulging in. It sounds like most of the party just takes the time to rest. And that is where we were going to end tonight's session.
Can I roll to see if I get any stress off?
Sure. I will allow that.
Sorry.
2 points. All right. With that, this session is going to come to a close. Please join us. I'm not going to say next week. I'm going to say please join us the next time we play, which could hopefully be next week. For episode 10 of The Curse of Strahd, Good Society.
Oh yeah, wait. Okay, in the morning.
I'm now realizing there was something very specific that Nyx wanted to tell everyone, but could not do it with Ismark in the room.
It's okay.
Oh, Lamau.
There will be plenty of windows
That's
for
part
that.
of the reason why Nyx was so angry with Belladonna in the beginning there.
To be fair, we had a very unfucking important thing to talk about.
Which we kind of like hand waved over, and now we're going back to it, going like, oh right, there's a man we have to go deal with right now.
Well, yeah, because we all realized we had a lot of fucking secrets. We still have more secrets, I think, that
There are
everyone hasn't shared.
plenty of secrets.
By the way, before Nyx, just so you know, before Bella walked out, she's like, we're going to the Taylor tomorrow. Like she says that as she walks